All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the Sunflower Illumineers presents the Geekery Disney Lorcana Tournament. We are starting round one. I am Raquel, also known as Lycos14.
And I'm Jesse, also known as Jester Dujour.
All right, and we'll be your commentators for this tournament held here in Kansas City, Kansas. So we're starting off with round one. We got Matthew on the Elsa side. They're beginning shaking their hands for the good luck things. Looks like they are starting off. Knive is inking Tamatoa, playing a popsicle. Pretty standard, I believe. Red-blue is what we're going to be looking at there, because that's a pretty...
Nice.
Got Inking Diablo playing Chernabogs for Matthew over here. Shark into Pass. So it doesn't look like Knive got that 2-drop that he's wanting. Typically that would be a, sail, tipo, anything like that. Got Matthew inking Bell playing Captain Hook.
So this is new to me. I'm already a little bit thrown off. So are these, I assume this is like that ink tokens that I've heard of?
Yep, so those look
going
like
on
Matthew is
with
looking,
Matthew?
is using ink tokens.
Okay.
Yep, Matthew quested with Chernabog and then managed him to get to 2. Looks like Knife has a 3-drop Sisu on the board as well as a popsicle. Matthew plays that Lawrence, which is a 0-4, but it is a 4-4 with no damage. Knife with that Haram, the rat we all love, eating that popsicle and drawing 2 cards while his Sisu quests for 1. Looks like Lawrence is going to sing with the Storm Rager on, draw a card.
So it is good to get rid of that Sisu quickly.
Yes.
Going up against that Ruby Sapphire deck, it can be a lot of trouble.
Yes, it's a one-sided B prep for sure. Looks like Matthew played that 3-drop Tinkerbell into a Chernabog's Followers for turn 4.
Oh, looks like we're sailing the Azurite Sea with Knife. Looks like you just played that. So we're going to ink twice this turn.
Yep, ink a sail. And ink a tipo. We're going to brawl that Tinkerbell. That's because that can shift for 4 into the big Tinkerbell as well, as it is evasive.
I hadn't even thought about the shifting into the big Tinkerbell. That evasive, that can be a real problem.
Yes.
As well.
Yes. So it's a double whammy. But we got that dreaded genie that has made an appearance within our meta. That 2-4 evasive genie. Then we got Chernabog questing and being banished to draw a card. So it looks like he's
found
just
another followers.
Yeah, he's just
off of that.
drawing cards, using those followers really well.
Mm-hmm.
That Lawrence is going to quest for 2. And we're going to ink a bell. Go to 5. We can play another bog. It's definitely going the way Matthew planned for this matchup to go as of right now, I would believe. Looks like that's Vision, so he's going to look at the top 5, I believe. Then put 1 into his hand, put the rest in the bottom in any order. It's a way to dig deep for all of those things that Red-Blue wants.
It looks like we're continuing to dig. Having Hiram sing that, how far I'll go to look at another 2 cards.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got a Maui. Makes an appearance to take out that Lawrence. I feel like Amethyst Steel has made a really good run this set, has made a bigger appearance with genies in the meta. have given it a little bit of a boost. At least I've seen more play in my experience.
Yes, yeah, it's been nice seeing seeing another color combination make its way into more being seen, I guess.
Yes. We got Matthew just questing away. Looks like he's not going to banish that Chernobog, so he quests the Chernobog and the Genie for 3, moving him to 8. Knive is still at 1, but as we all know, Red-Blue can gain 20 lore in one turn, so I'm not too worried about that in the grand scheme of things.
Right. I don't think he's too worried about it either. I would assume he's got something planned here.
Yeah. And here we are, 8-drop Sisu, wiping that board, except for that Lawrence, which has no damage, making it still a 4/4.
Mm-hmm.
So Knife has 2 cards, and it looks like Matthew is playing around with 3 or 4 cards in his hand. And I think this is a turning point for his deck, just because at this point Knife is putting on some pressure, does have that Maui on the board. So I mean, as soon as you quest with that Lawrence, Maui's going to take him out. But if you don't quest, yeah, I mean, drawing those cards, that's another way of using him.
Yes.
Maybe, and he still has all 5 of his ink available. It does look like he has an ink for turn, so he can ink another card and put him up to 6. It looks like he drew another Friends when he played that Friends, or Lawrence sung his song. Playing 2 for Smee, keeping that pressure on. 1 for Diablo.
Diablo.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like, if I'm seeing correctly, Knive looks like he has, maybe it's a Tamatoa and that smaller Sisu. Looks like were the 2 that he had.
Okay.
Moving his.
Looks like he hardcast a Friends and then drew a Tinkerbell and some other card. He does have 3. Matthew does have 3 cards in hand at this point, with the board of a little Diablo, Lawrence, and a Smee. Moving on to Knive's turn. Having that 8-drop Sisu, that little rat Haram, Maui, and now getting that Tamatoa on the board, bringing back his Popsicle, playing that Popsicle to draw a card. I'm assuming Haram's going to quest and draw 2 more cards as he eats that Popsicle. Looks like he got a Maui Shark and a small Sisu. Pretty good turn so far.
That's that Ruby Sapphire deck. I mean, when it goes, it goes.
Yes,
it's quite something to watch when it works.
Yep.
Like that.
So it looks like we're inking that Maui Shark, playing a Ice Block, questing with that big Sisu. So now we're at 8-6, with Matthew having 8 lore. Passes it over to Matthew, and I think Matthew has a very difficult board here to deal with. We not only have a 3-quester, you have Tamatoa, which can continuously bring those items back for Haram to just continue drawing Knives some cards.
Right.
Looks like we're going to quest with
Smee.
Play Tinkerbell. Put 1 damage on each of the opponent's characters. Looks like we're passing it over. So Smee and Diablo tapped or exerted over to Knive, who has, it looks like, 10 ink. He's going to play that Vitellosphere for 1, get another He's going to quest with the Tamatoa, grab that popsicle, play that popsicle, quest with her ROM, pop that popsicle, draw 2. Yeah, and got a Be Prepared, which I don't think he's going to use. Yeah.
Yeah, probably not the best time right now to be.
I mean, it's in case of emergency use, I believe, but I think Knive has full control of this. Does look like he has 2 ice blocks and a dragon in his hand with some other cards. Probably playing these ice blocks just
to get those items out there.
Yeah. Oh, then I play that little Sisu, taking that.
No.
Oh man, that's gut wrenching.
That hurts to watch.
As a fellow Amethyst Steel player, that is the worst. Rough. Okay. All right, and then he used that Sisu with the Vitalisphere, I believe, to crash into that Mr. Shmi, essentially wiping Matthew's board completely.
Well, he's still got a Diablo out there.
Yes, you are correct. 0-1 Diablo. So that it looks like he is going to run that Diablo into the big Sisu so that he can draw a card once it's banished. Yeah, this is rough. Alright, play a friends, draw 2 more cards.
I'm trying to find any answer, but yeah, I think we're going straight to game 2 here.
Yep.
So Knive does take game 1. There we go. Let's do that.
Yep. So now we got that little sunflower next to Knive's name, meaning that he won game 1. Looks like we're going to go to game 2, and Matthew will be on the play. I know that you don't play as often, but if you were playing Amethyst Steel, what do you think is going to be the best opener as you face off a red-blue player?
Now especially, you know that it's red-blue. You know, more than likely, that first turn, he's going to be playing a popsicle, something or other. You're not worried about threats in that first turn or 2. I assume still, as I was trying to see a better look at what all Matthew had, I did see he's got at least a couple of those Captain Hooks. It's a card from set 1 that still sees play for a reason. That Captain Hook Forceful Duelist is a good card.
And it's a captain, which means that Smee wouldn't take damage if it's on the board when Smee is exerted. Which gives Smee extra life, basically.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yes!
So it looks like Matthew is gonna put 5 back. Hopefully he gets a better hand since
pretty hard.
Typically, if you mulligan 5 cards,
that's
it probably means that your hand was not the greatest.
Yeah.
And you definitely want your starting hand to be really good, especially when you're on the play, because you don't get to draw that first card. So whatever's in your hand.
That's what we're going with.
That's what you're going with. Yeah.
No, I do say. I assume we're doing it's best of 3.
Yes, it is
today.
best of 3. Yes.
And I believe I overheard we've got over 40 players.
Yeah, right? It looks like the last count I got was 41 players. So I believe that is 6 rounds of Lorcana.
6.
And then we get top
Turnabog's followers. Perfect turn 1 play there.
Top 8, yeah.
And then.
So yeah,
Knive
inking that Tipo, playing that popsicle on Knive's turn. I'm assuming he has a different 2-drop since he did ink that Tipo on Knive's side. It looks a Jafar. I did not expect Jafar to be in this.
Ooh, Calhoun. That is
Calhoun. So
that's a fun card.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. Calhoun is a very interesting card, and I quite enjoy it.
It's a lot of fun when you're on the same side of the table as her. Yes. If you're on the other side, it's less fun.
Yes.
But if she's on your side,
That is true.
It
So
looks like
we are questing with Calhoun and the Chernobog, and then playing our Tinkerbell, which is a 1-3 quest for 2 and is evasive.
Yes.
Looks like we're inking a Haram, playing a Haram, eating that popsicle.
So we were talking over. It looks like that last turn, Knife had gone ahead and sailed to get an extra ink in there, and got that ice block out. So he still got that after using Hiram to get rid of the popsicle. So we've still got an item. So Hiram's still definitely in play, definitely still of use. And then
So it looks like Tinkerbell singing Friends, drawing a Let the Storm Rage On and a bell. From what it appears, he's inking that bell, playing it down, and then playing that genie to keep drawing cards. And then we're just going to keep on questing, which is what you want to do, is quest away, quest as fast as you can, because as soon as turn 5, turn 6 hits, or not even turn 5 or 6, it's once it gets to ink 5, 6, your board is going to start getting dwindled down. Here we are with Maui being played by Knife, taking out that Calhoun. Haram questing and taking out that ice block. It does appear that they're asking a question, so I'm not quite sure. Okay. So we are going to quest with Chernobog. Banish that Chernobog to keep drawing cards. The other 2 characters on Matthew's board are evasive, so doesn't have to worry about Maui.
which is nice.
So they're safe, yes. Which means Maui becomes a singer for Knife, but isn't really a physical threat for Matthew's board as of this moment.
Right.
So now seeing what Matthew's going to do, quest for that 4. Looks like he's going to go to 10, which is a good start. We just need 10 more.
That's a good place to be.
Oh, another Tinkerbell.
Dropping another one of her.
Yes. So I think we're just going to go evasive route all the way.
Makes sense. Good that you have that option now that you're dealing with that Ruby Sapphire deck. You know?
We are going to put 2 damage on Haram with a Fire the Cannons. Obviously something to be worried about, and not on this particular turn, but in the turns to come, is Knife getting to that 8 for the Sisu, even the 7, if he doesn't play for the B prep, unless Matthew plays this Pete to slow him down. But looks like Haram quested, ate that popsicle up, and now we're going to be playing Sail so that we can draw and ink another card.
Sailing.
Looks like he does have 2 8-drop Sisus, a Maleficent. I think it's a Maui Shark in there as well. A Tamatoa that he's inking, a Tipo that he's inking. Maui's going to sing Let It Go. And brawling that
my goodness.
Tinkerbell. Yeah, just...
That's what a play.
What removal. Man. Doesn't even have to get to 8.
That is...
Oh, rough. So he throws it back over to Matthew, and it looks like Matthew's going to go ahead and sing Let the Storm Rage on that Haram. So you can draw the card. Another Let the Storm Rage On so that he can get rid of that Haram off the board. He did have to hard cast that one, though, it looks like.
Yes. We got Lawrence back out.
Yep, Lawrence, a 4/4. Quest for 2. Looks like Knives gonna use 4 ink to play
Grammatala.
Grammatala, that's right. Put one in his hand, put one at the bottom. Now what are we going to do with the other 3 ink? Is going to ink a Maui. Taking that Tinkerbell, getting an ice block out there, and then passing it over since Maui cannot quest since he has Reckless. And he did not sing anything this turn.
That's I always forget that you can sing with Reckless characters. Let's say
Yes, it's a very nice feature that you can still use is just sing your little heart out.
Yes.
Matthew hardcasting that friends to draw 2, trying to figure out what he needs to do in order to get his board back on lockdown. Unfortunately, right now, it does look a little grim. He still can come back from this, but this is a dangerous stage of playing against Ruby. Sapphire is the B preps, these Sisu's. Everything can slowly wipe your board away, and that Maui, just constant pressure.
Right. At the very least, he's got Lawrence out there, so if Maui does challenge him, which, he's going to have to unless they find something else, it is going to be a trade.
Yes.
So at least Maui's not staying out for another round to keep hitting, but... Oh, and that dragon coming out to take out the other Lawrence, that is...
Inking a dragon to play a dragon.
It is.
To wipe those Lawrences off the board. Matthew's side does still have a Chernabog.
Yes.
On his side. Looks like he is going to quest with him, go to 13, banish him to draw.
That card.
Yes, draw, and then hopefully he can put some threats out there. Matthew does have a very difficult decision out here on what he's going to do. He does have another Lawrence. We got another Shmi putting that pressure on. That's 4 lore on his board now. Although there is an ice block on Knive's side, he would only be able to take out the Shmi if he ice blocked it with that 8-drop Sisu.
Right.
So Knive has a decision to make. He does have Maleficent Dragon, Grammatala, and Little Sisu.
So he does have that big Sisu. I think it's coming.
Yep. He ice blocked that Shmi and shifted that big Sisu for 6, and is now questing for 6 with the Sisu, Maleficent, and the Grammatala, going up to 10. So Knive has 3, 6, did play that Tipo, so has 7 on his board. Matthew has the Lawrence, which would take him up to 15. So he would need enough on his board in order to win out the next turn if Knive doesn't win the following turn. Oh, but it looks like he is going to take out that Sisu.
Okay.
With the Lawrence. Is going to play the bell, yes. So now I'm deciding what he wants to do. Looks like he's just going to quest away. Yep, quest for 4 more, go to 14. Oh, he's counting out his ink. Looks like 8. Nope. Yes, it is 8. Ooh, a Mufasa.
Oh, that Mufasa.
The king has arrived.
That is. What a play.
All right, and now Matthew picking 2 cards from Knives Inkwell at random. Those will be placed in Knives' hand. Yeah. What a. Did not foresee that.
No.
Knife obviously has quote unquote lethal on board. because Mufasa does quest for 4.
So at this point, right? I mean, you play Amethyst to Steel. What's the answer here?
There
Is there one?
I don't believe there is an answer. If it's gotten to this point, you basically had to win on this turn before they get to theirs. I mean, you can possibly slow them down by taking out. Yeah, it looks like he's playing swords, and then he's gonna have to run into something to take it out. It'll buy him a turn. But I mean, Mufasa's still, questing for 4. That's 5.
Right.
I mean, he's gonna move up to 19.
The big troll, at least, I would assume, say, because Mufasa, he quested for 4, but also he readies all your ink again.
Yes. So basically, Knife plays
getting
for
2 turns in a row like that is trouble.
Very much so. So now he's gonna quest for 5, ready his ink, and then he can play some more cards if he wants to. I mean, he knows he has a lethal on board.
Right.
I mean, looks like we're playing 8 for a Sisu just for just to make
for insurance,
to solidify the win.
Right.
Yep. Looks like Matthew's giving him the handshake, and what a game, man! Amethyst still has a very hard matchup into Ruby Sapphire. You really have to aim low, be super lore aggressive, because once Ruby Sapphire pops off, it's like trying to contain a soda in a 2-liter after you shake it up and open it.
Yeah.
Like it's
once that gets going, it's just trouble.
Yeah, once you pop, you just can't stop.
Like a Pringle.
Like a Pringle, man.
Yeah.
Like a Pringle. All right, guys. That was fantastic. Round 1. Knife taking it with a 2-0. A great start to his tournament.
Yeah.
And we'll be back for round 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in round 2 of the Geekery Disney Lorcana Tournament. My name is Raquel, also known as Lycos14, and with me is also...
I'm Jesse, or Jester Dujour.
All right, so here we have Nick and James, both Kansas City locals. I actually met both of them yesterday during a Winnabox here in a local shop when we came up here a little earlier. Both pretty cool guys, so I'm excited to see their matches. I think it's going to be a good one.
Nice. I'm definitely excited already looking at James's hand. He's got locations.
Yes.
He's got several locations in his hand already. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that.
It looks like James is playing Amber Steel, so it might be the variation of DeCandio's, I think it's called Diggy Diggy Hole.
Diggy Diggy Hole. That's what I'm assuming, because I definitely saw Dwarf's Mine in there.
So I'm pretty excited to see how this goes.
Yes.
And it looks like Nick is playing Amethyst. I think maybe Amethyst Ruby, but I couldn't... I'll have to look to see his hand just a little bit better once they get started. But I'm pretty excited. Both of these are 2 well-known players that like to create variations to meta decks. So it does look like
that is what we're looking at.
Nick is
Ruby
playing
Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst. Woo.
Fun times.
Indeed. So
right off the bat, let's ink Diablo and get Chernobug's followers out there. Ugh, that Daisy duck.
yes. James playing that Daisy on turn 1. Once he inks one of his locations, does look like...
What a fun card.
It's a great card. It's a great card. 2 lore, 1/4, pretty good.
Yeah.
It does look like Nick did not quest. He did end up playing a queen, which has rush, but did not obviously have a target to rush into.
Right.
So we're back over to James to see what he ends up doing. It looks like we have 3 locations in hand.
Yeah.
A mine, 2 mines possibly.
Looks like 2 mines and it was an amber location, I think.
Rapunzel's Tower, I believe it might be.
It looked like.
Let's see. It looks like we're inking a Lawrence, playing another Daisy.
Oh my goodness.
And we're passing it over, no questing as of this point, so the lore is 0-0. Looks like Nick is going to quest with Chernobog and banish to draw a card. And he's going to quest with the Queen, so we're going to go up to 2 at this point, inking and foxing that Queen back to his hand.
Yeah.
So
not a bad play. I mean, definitely what you want to do. I mean, because that Queen with Rush, she offers her best service being in your hand. You know, with the Fox getting her back, that's good.
Yes. I mean, and the Fox also has 4 strength, which means it does take out one of one of James's daisies if he does turn it sideways.
Right. I'm starting to wonder. I mean, what is it that he's looking for, as far as why not quest with Daisy?
So, if I know what what this deck is, then I'm assuming that he's gonna want to play the Rapunzel's Tower, and move those daisies into that tower. That gives it a +3 willpower. Therefore, it wouldn't die off of just being taken out by a fox.
That makes them
makes
much harder to kill.
Yes, it makes them
banish.
To banish, yes. It would make them much difficult to banish because then it becomes a 1/7 instead of a 1/4.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
That makes sense. I do see. Looks like he does have another one of those daisies in his hand. I don't know if he's wanting to play it already or just hold off on that.
Yeah, it looks like he has a Rapunzel, Mind.
I missed it. He may have he played his John Silver last turn.
Looks like he is playing another Daisy. Looks like he's trying to figure out what he can ink.
Right.
He might have Rapunzel's inkable, and that might be Happy in his hand, which I believe is uninkable.
Was it Happy, or it looked almost like is it Happy, or is it that dog that lets you draw 2 cards?
It might be also uninkable.
Right.
If it is.
Still not an answer.
Yes.
Right.
Which I think is why he's inking his Rapunzel. It's kind of getting that Rapunzel's Tower in there, putting that John Silver in that tower.
Oh my goodness! So that John Silver, that's now a 3/6 with resist 1.
With resist 1 and questing for an extra.
For 2.
Yeah, questing for 2. Because of the location. Still has not quested with his daisies at this point. So now back over to Nick. So very much a mind games type of, back and forth, strategizing, seeing who's going to make the first mistake, so that the other person can kind of take over.
Right.
So Nick is just going to be playing those genies, keep drawing. Also has evasive, which none of James' characters have evasive. So Nick moving up to questing with the genie, going up to 4. So the count is 2-4 in favor of Nick.
Looks like Nick just pulled a Calhoun.
Yep, Calhoun. Looks like we are inking one of those 7 dwarves' minds, playing that Calhoun. Yep, it is the duck, so he's discarding his hand of 0 and drawing 2.
That's a good card.
It is a good card.
The duck.
Yes. Oh, and he looks like he is going to quest with everything. Looks like 3 triggers of Daisy Duck give Nick 2 cards, but take away that friends.
Mm-hmm.
Who needs friends when you got crabs?
We'll see. Fair enough.
And James
But
going
that
up
was
to
a
10,
big jump.
10 lore.
Going up to that 10 lore.
Moving one of his Daisy Ducks into the tower. So it looks like we have John Silver and Daisy Duck in a Rapunzel's tower. We have 2 Daisy Ducks out of the tower that are also exerted. And then we have Calhoun and Doc just chilling in the back.
Overall, quite the impressive board state.
Yes.
That's...
As of right now, that is what we call lethal, or has 10 lore on the board, which would give James a win if Nick does not do anything.
Right.
Nick, unfortunately, is only at 6 ink, which means that he cannot be prepared.
Did he already ink this turn?
And it looks like he just did it.
Okay.
Yes.
To bring him up to 6.
To bring him up to 6. So this is a rough spot for him.
Right.
Looks like we are going to crab the Genie. Genie is going to take out one of those daisies to live another turn. You have a question, Jesse.
I do.
Go on. I'm sure the viewers also have questions about this.
So, was that, in your opinion, a misplay? Because that crab gives that, it's Challenger +3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you use the Genie, why? Because, I mean, the Genie, what's their strength?
2/4.
It's a 2/4. Okay, never mind. I thought that it was a 4/4. Perfect. Never mind.
Yes.
Never mind.
Looks like he also plays another crab, gives his other Genie +3, and takes out that second.
Good.
Daisy.
Get rid of that other daisy.
So both daisies that are not in the tower have been banished into the discard.
Yes. And the question is, I think what he's debating now, do you go ahead and try just questing with the fox, get anything, or nope, looks like we're just going to pass.
Does look like we are going to pass it over to James. Looks like James has a Piglet, a Fire of the Canyons, and Calhoun in his hand. So the Fire of the Canyons doesn't really do anything at this point since it only does 2 damage. It does look like Daisy Duck is going to quest for 2, go to 12, and give Nick a Maui Shark off that trigger. John Silver is going to quest for 2, go up to 14 at this point. So now we are in B prep range. So if Nick has a B prep,
that's true.
He could eliminate the board on both sides.
Right.
So if we see him quest with everything, that will be a very good indicator that he's going to wipe this back down to 0. So I don't think James is going to play much of anything unless he's going to see if he has the B prep.
Looks like we're checking what's going on with Calhoun.
We're checking the math, kind of seeing what everybody is at now. Because it gets +3 willpower.
Right.
They become much more powerful.
Yes.
I'm intrigued on what James is going to do. He is going to
He's
play
going to
that.
go ahead and play that Piglet.
Piglet is going to come out, and he is going to move that Piglet as well. All right, so everything is in the
really
tower.
Counting on Nick not finding that B prep. That be prepared.
And it does look like he does have that B prep
like
in his hand.
Does.
So Nick is trying to decide what he wants to do. I'm assuming he's trying to decide if he takes out the tower or quests with everything. Those are the two options that I would consider if I was playing this. Do you take out the tower before you die?
maybe go ahead and run both crabs into the tower because it's.
You would have to run.
It's 6
the
or
fox
is it 8?
and both crabs into it.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. That's 3 lore that you would be missing out on. I think you would quest with your genies because they are 2, so you would at least go to 8. But a difficult spot here for Nick. He does have to clear this board, or at least get rid of as many of these creatures, many of these characters on James's side as possible. So we will see.
Looks like we are going to run into the tower.
So it looks like we are going to run into the tower, take that tower out. We are going to quest with both genies, go to 8. We're going to ink a Diablo, play that B prep, and go back to ground 0. Giving it back over to James, who's at 16 lore. Trying to push towards that finale. Game 1. So we got Rapunzel, Calhoun, and a Fire the Cannons in James's hand. Looks like we are going to play that Rapunzel. That is a rough spot to be in. It does give you 2 lore if you do quest with it, but you do not get any of the draw power that it can generate from it. Looks like Nick is playing a good old goat.
Dropping that goat.
Ooh, and a bee king.
Oh no.
Rough. Oh.
I mean, and that is the game from here on out. You're playing that Ruby Amethyst. It's just you got to control. Control.
Yep. So it looks like we play a Lawrence and a Calhoun when it comes over back to James. Nick now gets to quest for 1, go to 10, and B prep the board again. And then he would gain another going to 11. So now Nick just basically going to try to get rid of anything that James plays. He plays a Lilo.
There she is.
There she is indeed. Nick with the genie draws a card. It looks like he drew a snake, possibly. He's deciding what he wants to ink. It looks like a Maui shark. He's going to exert that Lilo and take it out with the Elsa.
That's a good play. I mean, she comes back anyways.
She does if you pay the 2 ink before you draw. Yes.
Right. I was say and she comes back right. That's what I've
exerted.
Right.
Yes. So
she comes back exerted. You're not getting that 2 lore off of her. Now, with this, though, James has it on the board. So they've got to figure so Nick's got to get something figured out this turn.
Yeah, again. So Nick could, once again, run that Elsa into that Lilo again, to take that Lilo out. Nick is pretty much in control right now of this matchup. Another
my goodness.
Gosh. Oh, that is rough. And then questing for 2. Yep. Bouncing that Elsa back into Nick's hand. Oh, this is rough.
That Fifth Spirit Elsa, that's another really good card.
Yes. Yep, and it looks like James knows that he does not have the draw power to draw himself into the cards he needs in order to take this game. So it does look like Nick with the old reliable Ruby Amethyst.
Hey, it's a good deck.
It's a great deck, man.
It's a really good deck at what it does.
Yes. And here we are now. Looks like they're trying to figure out how to use the
Nick giving himself a handicap for game 2.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. You get -5 lore, so you must get 25 in order to win.
Mm-hmm.
That is how we are going to handicap really good players, guys.
That's right.
Like I said, both of these guys are very good at playing this game. I believe, I don't remember if it was Nick or James. One of these guys did end up going to DLC and getting a Let It Go.
Oh, nice.
I think it was Nick, but I'd have to double check. I just know both of these guys are very good at playing Lorcana. Lots of skill. So we'll see. James is going to be on the play since he did lose that first round, that first match. So have you seen the Amber Steel Diggy Hole?
Not until today.
Okay, so you haven't seen the cards that are in it or anything like that?
Right, I had heard just a little bit about it. Okay. Mostly just it had that dwarf mine and it had Doc.
Okay.
And so
looks like he does have Piglet, 2 Piglets, Lilo.
Yeah.
Rapunzel.
Rapunzel back.
I don't know. I think he's keeping the. Is he keeping
so
those?
Keeping.
I think he's keeping those in the. He's putting down.
The ones he's putting down are the ones he's keeping.
Or maybe he's Smee, Piglet. Nope, it does look like he's gonna throw those 3 away. Okay.
So we're keeping that Smee. We're keeping a Piglet. Looks like
a Happy or a Doc.
There, say.
And the Rapunzel. Right? Or did he throw back the Rapunzel?
I think the Rapunzel got thrown back.
Yeah. So we'll see how this game goes for James on the play. So let's see.
That looks like he's got a Pete in there.
A Donald, Piglet. We have a Rapunzel's Tower, I believe it looks like. So we're going to ink that Donald probably. Yep. And then pass. Okay. Doesn't look like he has the 1-drop. And his 1-drops might only be...
So he might only have those daisies. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with
I don't know the exact
that style
list.
of list. Yeah.
Looks like we're inking the Maui on Nyx and playing the Chernabog, which is a good old reliable turn 1 turn.
Very much.
Inking a Piglet, playing a Smee for James, passing it over. Nice and quick, easy. Yeah, gameplay. Looks like we're going to quest with Chernabog. It doesn't look like we're going to banish it to draw a card. Mostly because there's not really anything threatening on the board. And it looks like we're going to snake it back to our hand. So, no point in doing that. Inking that Pete, playing Rapunzel's Tower, putting that Smee in right Rapunzel's Tower, questing for 2. And
now he does still take his damage, correct?
Does still take a damage, yes. But now he's a 3/6, so he can take
he can go for a while.
He can take a couple damage. And that snake does not banish him, but it would banish the snake. Since he is a 3/6. Technically a 3/6 with 1 damage.
Yes.
All right. It's gonna hard cast Friends and pass it over. Okay. So Nick didn't want to do anything at that time. Looks like James is going to continue to quest, so moving up to 4.
Looks like he did find a daisy.
Does
so
have
he's got that now.
Yep. Gonna play Piglet and a daisy. Move that daisy into the tower. It's crazy how it just changes the way that you can attack, challenge and attack that board when these.
We'll say when you've got an extra considerable amount of willpower. Now, it looked like he just changed the dice. That die, that should be a 2, correct?
So, because Piglet was on the board, Piglet is a captain. Therefore, Smee would not take a damage at the for being exerted at the end of turn.
You know, I should really learn how to play this game someday. That might help me a little bit.
There's a lot of intricacies that happen and things that you forget are on the board.
So I do see, looks like he does have a John Silver in his hand, although it looks like he's debating inking that. Because he's a captain.
Yes.
As well. Right?
I believe so, but you can't hold me to that. I don't play that card quite often. I can definitely...
I would assume that he is. I mean, it's John Silver. He should be a captain, but...
Let's see if we need to be outraged by whether or not he is a captain.
Right. So I'm going to hold my outrage as pending for the moment. It looks like he's got 2 docks in his hand, which is really unfortunate.
Yes.
For what Doc does.
That is quite unfortunate. And it is also uninkable, so you can't even ink one to play one. Looks like we are going to quest with both Smee and with Daisy, moving James to 8 lore, getting closer and closer.
He did pass, and he did not change the dice, so I'm assuming that John is a captain.
Yes. John Silver is a Dreamborn villain, alien, pirate, and a captain.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Good. Glad he got that promotion.
Yes. So it does look like Maui does come in to take out that tower with the help of Snake.
And then looks like he used Chernobog's followers to finish off Smee.
Yes. And then it looks like Rapunzel is going to heal after Daisy challenges into Madame Mim for 3.
There.
So that is how you want to be able to play Rapunzel, is getting that 3 extra cards into your hand. Because at this point, yes, you have 2 docks in your hand, but you have much more.
Right. You're not concerned about the dock. You know, that dock, you don't have to discard your hand and draw 2 cards.
Exactly.
And so that's much better.
Yes.
If you can get cards another way. Looks like he does have another tower in his hand. So we'll probably be seeing that in an upcoming turn.
So it looks like we are going to ink a Pete. He's debating on if he's going to quest with John Silver. Yep. Looks like he's just going to pass it over back to Nick. So Nick has that Madame Mim Snake as well as Maui on the board. We are entering 6 ink stage. Nick is playing a Elsa. 5th Spirit is going to see what we're going to tap down, because probably whatever we tap down we might want to take out. Looks like we're taking out that Rapunzel. We're going to challenge into the Rapunzel with the Snake and the Elsa's Spirit. And Maui's going to show Daisy where she can go in the discard pile. Passing it over back to James. It looks like James does have the John Silver still on board, but not much more. We do have a Lawrence.
That's Lawrence, those docks. He does have, looks like a Dwarf Mine now, which is a really fun card.
Yes.
In my opinion, at
You've
least.
played Dwarf's Mine, right?
I've played the card.
Yeah.
A couple times.
Yeah.
Nothing really well constructed around it, but...
Well, I do remember you playing it during League, and it totally threw me off.
Yes.
When you played it, I was like, what?
My dwarf deck that I used to have was pretty fun with that mine.
Yes, I agree.
But
you were onto something.
Let's say
look at you. I feel like you were the first one to show me what that was. So when DeCandia was playing it,
let's say I'll take credit for it.
Jester Dujour played that.
Yeah.
Looks like we are gonna play that mine. We are gonna play that tower.
So John does now have resist 2, and he's questing for 3. So that's a much better spot for him. Even if you don't get him moved over to that tower to really give him a good body. But because that is, I'm not too familiar with the tower. Is it just 1 to move there, or does it cost more?
The Dwarven Mines is 2 to move. The Rapunzel's tower is 1.
The tower is only 1. Okay.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, so it does look like he does.
Looks like he did move to the mine.
To
finish off that snake.
Yes. Looks like Nick is playing that
genie.
Yep, that genie, drawing a card, trying to figure out what he's going to do. It looks like he does have a B prep in his hand. Ink some Maui. Gonna put 2 damage on that tower. Could take it out with the other Maui if he wants. Oh, looks like he's gonna bounce. Elsa with the fox. Maui's gonna take out mine. And then use that fox to take out John Silver. So now James only has a Rapunzel's tower with 2 damage on it on the field on his side of the board.
Yes.
Looks like we did draw into another John Silver.
Looks like he's about to play that.
Yes, it does appear that way. So you could play it, move him into the tower, and also play Doc if you wanted to. We do know that Maui is out there, so Maui will probably take out that tower come next turn.
Right.
Looks like we are playing Doc. We are going to move John Silver anyway into that thing. And we are going to pass our turn. Over to Nick to decide what he wants to do. We are at 7 ink. The lore totals, although Nick has been very much wiping James's board away, chipping away at his board, it's 11-1 James. So Nick does have quite a bit of time in order to catch up.
Right. Well, and especially, I mean, that Ruby Amethyst deck, you can't count it out.
No.
You know, like,
sure.
It does not matter the lead.
Ruby Amethyst is able to wipe your board, and then anything you play
consistently shut you down.
Yes.
It's
very good at removal. Although it doesn't have a lot of 2 questers, I mean, it does have goats, bounce goats. So, I mean, that's essentially 2 every turn. And, I mean, we all know good old reliable, once we get to 16, is very dangerous. So, looks like he's just going to quest with the genie, go to 3 lore, and pass it over back to James, who is going to play a Calhoun. as well as a dock. He's going to discard 0 cards to draw 2 cards.
I did see a Lilo. Looks like the other one is a Lawrence.
And we're just going to flood the board. So now James has Lilo, Doc, Calhoun, Doc, John Silver on his side. And then we're going to see, does Nick decide that...
I think now's the time.
Do we wipe the board with James only having 1 card in his hand at this point?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So James has, I mean, he's got 6 lore on the board. So if you don't be prepared right now, he goes up to 17 on his next turn.
I mean, he was at 17.
That's true.
For the longest time. And
That's
Nick
true.
did come back and squeeze a win out. So I think this is pretty much a deciding. I think this will decide what happens. I'm sure Nick is debating whether, there's nothing for the shark to attack into. If he does have Elsa's 5th Spirit in his hand, he can exert something and then have Maui Shark run into it so that he can bring an action back into his hand and slowly rip away at the board in that fashion as well.
That's fair.
So it looks like we are going to play that. Elsa's 5th Spirit. We are going to exert that Lilo. Shark is going to run into Lilo. Looks like we're going to bring back Friends. He's debating. It looks like we are going to bring back Friends. Maui's going to sing Friends. He's going to draw 2 cards. He's going to gain a lore off the Maui.
Looks like another Be Prepared.
Well, yeah, it looks like we drew Rabbit. So now we have... Then we're going to quest with Genie for 2, go to 6. So, 2 B preps. What is he going to ink? Crab.
Inking the crab.
And passing it over. So 2 B preps, looks like another Genie and a Rabbit in his hand. And 1 other card that I was not able to identify. Looks like Doc and Calhoun are going to run into Maui. Calhoun is going to take that finishing challenge to banish Maui, go up 2 to 13 for James. We are going to play a Lawrence. And passing it over, not going to quest with John Silver or with Doc at this point. So we are at 13. Nick is at 6. Deciding what we're going to do. Looks like we're exerting 4, either Rabbit or Genie at this point. Probably the Rabbit. Oh no, looks like Genie. Looks like he drew.
Did he just pull a castle? It almost looks like a location, but I could be very wrong.
We do know that is a Bee King to take out a character. Another Bee King. Oh my gosh. This guy is just hiding Bee Kings around there. Ugh. That's rough. And then we're going to quest for 3. And he's going to gain the 2 lore from the Bee Kings for the Maui. So anytime you play a action, Maui Shark's, one of his abilities is you gain a lore. Whenever he challenges, I believe, he can bring back an action from your discard. Yes. So there are some...
That seems like a pretty good card.
It does seem like a pretty good card. It is a 7/5, I believe, as well. And has evasive.
Oh, of course he does.
On top of that.
Why wouldn't he?
I mean, Without evasive, then he's not really a shark, right?
I guess. I guess, yeah.
So it looks like James took a quick turn, played a Lawrence on the field. Oh.
Oh, no.
Played a Fox, bounced the Elsa, played the Elsa, exerted the John Silver, had Maui Shark, run into the John Silver, played
to bring back a Be King Undisputed,
to have
the genie sing Be King Undisputed. Yeah, that's a handshake. We're going to...
Guys, that is a 2-0.
Yes.
Ruby Amethyst. The power of the good old reliable Ruby Amethyst. This is a not as meta because it does have a different spin to it. The Be Kings in there. So that does put a little bit of a little spice into it. I don't know how many Maui Sharks he has as well. I think it might be a 1 over a 2 of. I don't think running more than that is viable for Ruby Amethyst.
Fair enough.
But if we see Nick in top cut, then we would be able to review his lists at that point.
Right.
At this point, we're not really trying to go through the lists to divulge any information that we don't need to have. But really good games from two good friends from the KC area. Hopefully we see both of them at top cut, but Nick will move on to 2-0. James will move to 1-1. And then we'll see you guys for round 3. We're going to do a quick, see if we can get a quick interview with Nick, so just give us 1 second. All right, so we got Nick, the winner of our round 2. Tell us how that felt. How was that? I know James is a fellow league player with you.
So yeah, me and James play 2 or 3 times a week together, but we work together on a lot of deck building, so we know each other very well. So a lot of it is trying to pre-think out what the other person's going to do. So it was fun.
Yeah, we could definitely tell there was a lot of like mind game strategy going on. You're like, okay, no one's questioning anything. No one's gonna do anything for this entire turn. Like they're planning out who's gonna make the first move, who's gonna kind of walk into the trap being set up.
Yeah, especially with him playing things like Dwarves Mine. Like it's a great deck, especially being able to start shooting, questing, resist on a lot of things. So a lot of times it's like, do I quest for one or do I save it to take care of some threats later?
That makes sense. Do you find this to be a favorable matchup for Ruby Amethyst, since it is a different steels? It's not Steel Song. This is an Amber Steel, you know, the Decandio variation of the Diggy Diggy Hole.
So I think it depends on if you know what you're doing.
Okay.
With him having the ability to go super fast, go wide, and then even if you do the B preps with the Lilos, his deck is really teched well against red purple. The only difference for mine is I have a lot of rush characters, and I know we didn't get to see things like the Peter Pan Shadow, but there's a lot of characters that are purposely teched in for things like Lilo to go in and attack quick.
Okay.
And as we saw, being able to exert with Elsa is always
Yes,
great.
so nasty. I was like, ooh, and then those double Be King Undisputed, I was like, oh gosh, if it wasn't just, you know, got a board set up and you're just like, nope, nope, nope. Yes.
So that does make a big difference.
Okay, awesome. So if someone was starting off with Ruby Amethyst, this is not old reliable in the sense of it does have its core, but you have changed, because the Be Kings are not part of the meta card. So do you feel your variation does well into, let's say, the mirror match of good old reliable?
So it does do well into the mirror match, especially being able to sing away those threats.
Okay.
I know a lot of them are still playing the Lady Tremaine, which has the same effect as Be King, but being able to not only sing it on my part, but be able to recur it with the Maui as well.
Yes.
Really does help when we get into that. I kill you, you kill me, I kill you.
Yes, that is very true. Very true. So what are you wanting to see the next couple of rounds? Like, is there any particular color scheme that you do or do not want to see?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Hyper aggro while I'm still teched with the rush cards. Um, if they do something similar as James, to where they're leaving stuff up, they're building that board, and then seeing that on 6 Pete plus Quest.
Oh yeah, just
Yeah.
to
That.
see your spirit leave.
Yeah. So happy that I didn't have to play as many actions for this one, which is really why that deck is text to switch between playing card heavy playing character heavy or playing action heavy, just
Yeah.
because Pete scares you and then you're like, okay, how do I get rid of your board?
Yeah, so you have a way of transitioning from one to the
Yes.
other. You're not full on with one way or the other. So that is very good. But, well, best of luck on the rest of it. Hopefully you do not see hyper aggro. That is dreaded for anyone seeing, you know. But best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you in Top Cup, man.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, guys, and that was Nick. And we'll come back for round 3. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. We are in round 3.
Woo!
I know, halfway through Swiss rounds, or I guess going into the halfway point.
Yeah.
We have Alex and Cruz here in round 3. Both of them from Team Lorcana, which is a local Wichita, Kansas team. From Wizards ICT, a local gaming store in our town. So best of luck to both of them. They are the undefeateds. Two of the undefeateds. So
So it looks like Cruz is rocking, looks like a Steel Song list. I did not catch what Alex is playing.
I think he was. I think if I saw correctly, I think it's Blue Steel.
Oh, fun. Okay.
So this will be interesting. If I'm correct on what I saw, I could be totally wrong. So, all right, this will be. So we've had 2 back-to-back matches of 2 good friends having to play each other.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like Alex
Well,
was.
we're just inking that tank and passing right along.
Yeah, so Alex is for sure on a steel. Oh, inking a Cinderella, playing a Daisy Duck.
Hey, that Daisy Duck.
Starting off with that aggro.
We've seen it already today. That Daisy Duck, that's a good card.
Does some work. Raking that sail on Alex's side.
Looks like he's going to play that other sail.
Then play a sail. Looks like he can ink an additional turn. He is not going to ink an additional card for his turn. That is quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
Inking that Pluto on Cruz's side. Questing for 2, triggering Fishbone. Oh.
Sending that Fishbone Quill to the bottom.
That is something you do not want to see as
No.
a Sapphire Steel player. That's quite unfortunate.
That hurts.
All right, but we are going to play a Popsicle.
There we go.
It looks like we drew a Fortisphere. Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and play that. Hell yeah. Get those items.
There we go.
And then, what are we going to ink? Looks like he got a Shmee. Looks like we have Dime in our hand, which is never a good thing to have. Our starting. We're going to ink another Tink.
You know, you say it's never good to have in your starting, but at least if I'm sitting across from Daisy Duck, I'd much rather have it in my hand than, say, at the top of my deck.
True, but it's uninkable. You can't use it.
Well,
I mean, you can maybe TPO it.
you could have quilled it.
You could have quilled it, yes.
I think that might have been the move, but looks
but
like
you don't have quill because
Right.
it got sent to the bottom.
looks like Cruz just played that aerial, so he's looking for another song.
Did we get a
Or
song?
he may have already.
Looks like he got.
No, he found his song.
So it looks like we have. Ooh, we have
Oh my goodness.
all songs in our hand.
Oh,
Okay, got
go
push
to the
the
top of the screen.
There
There we go.
Having some trouble pushing the top of that.
To be fair, it is a little difficult. Like, it's, there's no clear line when you're looking at it.
And then we're going to quest with the Ursula as well. Cruz's hand is quite interesting. It looks like he has the swords a
think
Whole
I
New
saw
World, and
Whole
then
New
Let the
World.
Storm Rage On. Yeah, two
Storm Rage On.
So all uninkable cards.
Yes.
There are no threats on Alex's board, so he can't even storm the other side
Right.
to draw more cards.
No.
So
Well, he could. Well,
he could storm his own.
I was about
character.
to ask. Does it specify opponent?
No, it does
Okay.
not. He's
So you
gonna
could. I'm not
Zeus
sure you'd
the
want to,
aerial
but-
away, which is the only thing that can sing the Whole New World or grab your sword. We did get a
Looks like he's
Pete.
got a Pete, which is inkable,
Mm-hmm.
but
I think we're gonna sing with the storm. Get those 2 damage
Yeah.
on Daisy. Draw a card. Looks like we got
that
an Ursula.
Ursula.
Okay. Ink that Ursula. Alright, quest for 2, go to 7.
Hey.
Smee into the hand. So double Smee, dime, in Alex's side. And we're gonna
We are going
Pete.
to go ahead and play that Pete.
Oh. So not the fastest start for Alex over here. Drawing that aerial, which is a great card, but as of right now, not in range to be played, unfortunately. And we are going to good old Haram to draw 2 cards,
Yep.
taking that Fortisphere away. It's like we're deciding on what we're going to ink. We're going to ink a Smee and then pass it over to Cruz. So Cruz obviously just going to continue to put on the gas and try as quickly.
Ink that bare necessities.
And at this point, we can either play Grab Your Sword or Whole New World to take away Alex's hand, but let's see what he does here. Oh,
Oh
drew
no.
a Rapunzel off of that. That is
That's-
awesome for Cruz.
Yeah.
That board is looking pretty stout on that side. Also has a Piglet in hand now.
Mhm.
I'm going to quest for 2, go to 9. Gain 2 for Alex into his hand. That is a 5-drop 4, 3. Quest for 4. It's a good quester. And quest for another one with Ursula, moving up to 10, so it's 10-0. But with these Sapphire decks that can,
So you still can't count him out.
yeah.
There's still avenues for him to go down.
Yes.
To,
Although obviously
Pull
he
this
hasn't
out.
been ramping as fast as he would want.
right.
Because at this point you would want to be ahead of your opponent and not on par with them if you're Sapphire. So he is going to quest for 1, getting himself on that board. Eat that popsicle with Haram. So full grip of cards in his hands. What is Alex going to do to stop the bleeding on his side? What do you think he should do, Jesse?
Well, I wish I knew Blue Steel a little bit better than I do. To provide any sort of more insight. Looks like he does have.
He's going to play 6. Is that going to be the aerial? Yep.
Yes.
He is going to play the aerial. There are no items on his side, so it's not going to quest for the 5 as of right now on his turn, but I'm assuming he'll have items by the time he quests with that aerial.
He's certainly going to try. At
Yeah,
least,
for sure.
So we are going to have Pete do Strength of a Raging Fire to take out Hiram the rest of
Yes.
the way.
Get that rat out of here. Quest
Nice.
for 2.
He's a mouse.
He's a mouse.
He's not a rat.
The pesky rodent.
He's a good guy. He's not even pesky. He's a devoted father.
I don't think I've ever seen that movie, so
Oh.
I have no affiliation
Well,
with
you
him.
should.
The only thing
You should
I know,
correct your life.
The only exposure I've had to him is watching my opponent draw 2 cards whenever he's hit the field and whenever he quests, and it's quite sad for me.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So it looks like Cruz is going to quest out on his side of the board. Going up to 15, Alex has to take an action, but won't be able to play an action because of Pete being played on Cruz's side.
This is...
No actions is what... Yep. So Cruz is reminding Alex, sorry, dude. Sorry, friendo.
Yes.
Not today. So he's
I'll
gonna
say
let
Pete,
him...
a real just of a card.
Yes. Definitely a good referee. Yeah. I can't whistle, so...
Neither can I.
That was my attempt at whistling. So.
It was great.
Thanks.
So it's like Cruz is going to take game 1 for this round here.
Definitely a strong start for Cruz. As we saw, Alex just wasn't able to ramp quickly on his side. You really want to be able to be ahead of and not on par with your opponent if you are Sapphire, playing against a non-Sapphire deck. I mean,
right.
Having that fishbone get sent to the bottom of his deck, I think was definitely really... a turning point for him. Yes. Unfortunately, a turning point towards the negative side of things. Cruz is also trying to give himself a handicap. There we go.
Yeah, that Steel Song. That is it's a good list. It's a good deck. You know, it's always nice watching, or at least it feels better watching rather than playing against it.
Yes, you did have an experience playing against Steel Song for the first time not too long ago, right?
Not too long ago. Yeah. And it was... I learned a lot.
And this is more traditional Amber Steel.
Yes, much more so.
Previous one that we saw in round 2. So
that round 2, that Amber Steel list, I'm gonna need to find something similar to that because it looked really fun to play.
Yeah, and it seems very much up your alley of how you like to play.
Right.
So looks like Cruz is sending 2 back, as well as Alex.
Looks like he also did 2.
Looks like he sent a dime back, because you don't want that in your starting hand for sure.
No.
But yeah, like I said, Amber Steel has some different variations of Steel Song, which is good. I think that the more that it can be diversified, the better. Right. Just because different people like to have different gameplay styles. So if you want to sing more, this traditional Amber Steel Songs deck is the thing for you. Whereas maybe if you want to play Mines,
exactly, you know, and that's and it's not just the play style, but also like. Man, the playing against the same deck every time is... It can be a bit of a downer, generally.
Yep.
Looks like we do have Captain Hooks out there, that forceful duelist. I said it earlier, he's a good card. He's stuck around for a long time with good reason.
Yes.
And then, turn 2, getting that Smee out there, that's... Already, I'd say Alex is looking a lot better just that turn 1, turn 2 play than he was the first game.
I agree. Very much so. So we'll see here if he's going to ramp on this turn. It looks like he's going to ink that sail, play a fishbone.
Play that fishbone quill.
Get those inkable cards.
Something.
And then quest for 3. Smee does not take any damage because, as we discussed in earlier rounds, Captain Hook is a captain.
Which is good because, it's in his name.
Yeah, it should be, right?
Yeah.
Here we are, Ursula singing that Along Came Zeus.
Oh.
And... this Steel Song. That's what you don't like. Hard casting that with the Storm Rage on the captain to clear Alex's board. In one fell swoop. Just singing their little hearts out.
Now, he does have that high room. Do you play him already and go ahead and banish that quill?
I think you have to.
I guess so.
I would have, if possible, preferred him to have used the quill to ink.
Right.
So that if there was an uninkable card in his hand, then he could have gotten, rid of that. But I don't quite know exactly what he
wanted to get rid of
for sure
anything.
I'm not quite sure what the other cards are there in his hand. I think that's a Pluto at the end. That is an inkable card. Cruz over here does have a Pluto with the strength of a raging fire. Looks like possibly a Rapunzel. Let's see what he plays for 3. Does he have a Pete for 3? Anticipation's killing me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What are you gonna play, Cruz? Oh, he's
come on.
Hasn't committed. Yep.
All right.
Pete for 3. So no actions this turn.
So he does have, he's got the Rapunzel in his hand. Looks like, I think I saw that might have been a Gaston.
Oh.
The singer.
Okay.
But I there's definitely precedent for me being wrong with trying to guess what cards I'm seeing.
Going
There's
back
a Gantu.
Going to Alex.
Always good seeing him.
Yeah, Gantu questing for 1 with Hiram. There is no item to pop, unfortunately for Alex, so he's just gonna quest without drawing.
Yes.
We do have Ursula. We'll see what. Looks like Pete's gonna smack into Hiram to get that 1 damage. We're probably going to see a Rapunzel to heal that damage, to draw a card.
I'll say that seems the play.
Yeah. So there we go. Draw that card. And that's kind of what you want to use Rapunzel for, is smacking people around and then healing them up.
It looks like he did pull, it was that 1-drop Cinderella is what he found there.
Does have... So Piglet, 2... that is a Rapunzel.
That is a Gaston, isn't it?
I think that is a Gaston, yes. So it looks like Ursula is going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire on that Gantu. Don't want Alex to get that for lore.
No.
Steel Song doesn't want Sapphire Steel to run away with lore while they're falling behind. I mean, no deck really wants to, but
right.
Red Blue is more okay with it, and Sapphire Steel would probably be okay with you having more lore, but as a Steel Song player, you definitely don't want to be behind.
Yeah. So here comes that bodyguard Pluto, and then he dropped another one of those captains.
Yep. Question for another one, going to 6. So the totals are 6-1 for Alex, having that Hiram, Captain Hook, and Pluto on the board. Cruz was going to try to challenge into Hiram, but realized that Pluto exists and now must go through him before he can take out Hiram, the pesky rodent.
Yes.
So it looks like Ursula is going to bash into Pluto with that damage. Instead of a 5/5, Pluto becomes a 1/5, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
I was about to ask what the play was there.
So possibly a smack into him and then heal again if he has the other Rapunzel. Yep.
Which he does.
Yes. So draw that other card. Does draw a Let the Storm Rage on.
Yes.
So has the ability of taking that Pluto out if he wants to. Okay.
Okay.
So playing the Cinderella. He does ink the Gaston that you mentioned. You were correct.
Hey.
So
first time for everything.
You know what? Remember that.
Yeah.
You also can be right.
There's now precedent for me correctly guessing a card. So it's a toss-up going forward.
Yeah. 50-50.
Yep. Yep, that's how those odds work.
So Cruz passes it over. His board looking with a Cinderella, a Rapunzel both readied, and a Rapunzel and Pete both exerted. No damage on his side of the board. Alex having that Haram and Captain Hook. Haram with 3 damage on the board. He's looking at 5 ink right now. So, deciding on what we're going to ink and what we're going to play. Unfortunately, he slowed down on ink after his one turn of using Fishbone to ramp up, but then was unable to continue that push to kind of be ahead of the curve. I think Alex is debating on what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're
Looks
going
like
to
he's sending
challenge.
both of them into Rapunzel.
So 3, 4 damage.
Ah,
Okay. So sending
And
in
then
the
bringing
Captain
up-
Hook and Haram into that Rapunzel, and then the Tink dealing 1 damage to everything does banish that damaged Rapunzel
Yes.
as well as everything. Damages 1 to everything else. Looks like Alex only has 1 card in hand. And he did ink a Let It Go in order to play the Tinkerbell. Okay. So now we are going to probably sing with Cinderella, getting rid of that Haram.
I mean, you might as well.
Yes.
So, on the off chance that Alex finds another item, you might as well just get rid of Hiram now, so that he's not pulling those extra cards.
I agree. That P's gonna take that Captain Hook.
Yes.
Since it's not Captain Hook is not challenging, the P only takes 1 damage. And then it looks like we have the Gaston and the Ursula. Do you remember off the top of your head if the Gaston is a 5 singer like Ariel?
I think so. That sounds right.
Okay. I think so as well.
And we just established that I'm right at guessing. So we're just going to say that that's right.
Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that.
And that is, if I remember correctly, that's the Gaston baritone bully.
It is.
I believe.
That is correct. It is a 3/3 singer 5 quest for 1.
Yeah.
So there we are. So Cruz's board is looking pretty stout over there. Everything quest for 1 except for the Rapunzel, so that is obviously unfortunate. We are going to pay 5 to let it go the Gaston. Okay. And then I'm going to use Tinkerbell to take out Cinderella. And once it banishes, use that 2 damage that it gets for banishing a character and dealing it to Pete. Oh. Thinking he's probably going to take a whole new world.
That seems that seems to be the play.
Yeah. So Ariel pulling 2 whole new worlds, a Naveen and
Something or other.
something other, but that Naveen was enchanted, so
It was.
look at that.
It was.
Cruz just flexing over here.
Yeah.
Big man on campus. This is kind of a rough situation because Alex doesn't have many cards in his hand.
Right.
So I mean, like,
Yeah, so you're helping him out, really.
oh,
No.
and Hades, that Ariel, just not allowing him to have those singers out there.
Yeah.
Inking the Pluto, we are gonna hard cast that whole new world.
Oh, I think, did Cruz forget that he had other cards in his hand?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I definitely forgot too.
He
That's I
definitely
think
had.
he had set it off to the side. I'm assuming when he played Ariel
Yes, he must have put
to
it
search for
into-
those songs.
so that he wouldn't mix them up.
Yeah.
That is.
That's... He may not want to play a whole new world this turn now.
He may not want to. That is correct.
Looks like he
I mean,
did
especially
have,
since he has the advantage at this
let's
point.
say, right.
So he is going to play it anyways. So he's going to ink.
So he's going to ink Piglet first.
Yep, and then
play. Now I do see, looks like he did pull the little Cinderella and that shift.
Mm-hmm.
Little Cinderella.
Looks like Alex has
Daisy.
Grab Your Swords. A lot of steel cards up there.
Now he just played the aerial again. Just you know, make sure not to forget your cards.
Yeah, so he
hand.
just pulls the Storm Rage on. Reveals it. Picks up his cards so that he does not forget about them this time.
And then is he just going to immediately play Storm?
I think so.
Looks like.
Yeah, so deal that 2 damage to Tinkerbell, draw the card, and he's going to pass his turn.
No.
All right, so we got another Haram in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Grab Your Sword. Can't tell what the other cards are. Maybe Strength. Oh, you got a Pete. Okay, stop all that singing.
I say that's unfortunate if you're playing Steel Song and somebody's dropping Pete's.
Yes. Got the Popsicle.
Hey, you just picked up a sail.
Got a
Could
sail.
definitely use that to help ramp. Although, I mean, at this point, do you still need to be ramping, or is it?
I mean,
we're getting later into the game.
true, but I mean, you can always ramp, and that way you can play multiple things at once.
Right. I guess
Obviously,
there's
Alex,
no real harm in having extra ink.
Yeah. Alex does have a pretty good control of the board. With the Pete, it kind of slows down what Cruz can do for another turn.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the perfect time to kind of just continue to clear the board on Cruz's side. Oh, okay.
No.
Tink does 2 damage.
I believe he had 2 damage to the aerial, and then also used Hades to sing Grab Your Swords to finish her out.
Go back to Cruz. We're going to play a Piglet. A Smee. Two daisies.
2 of those daisies.
Man, just gonna start aggressively questing. We know that Blue Steel does not have Be Prepared, and he's already used one of his grab swords, so just drop everything.
Just empty your hand.
So 2 Smees, a Piglet, 2 Daisy Ducks, and 1 Cinderella.
I'm saying he's got that that Night Cinderella still in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming we're gonna see her next turn.
Yep, as long as it doesn't get banished.
I'll say unless something happens.
Which means that if that was to happen and everything survives until his Cruz's next turn and he does shift that's 16 lore that he could obtain in one.
That's a big swing.
So usually that's what Sapphire does.
Right.
Are we gonna see Steel Song also do a huge lore swing here? Cruz won that first game, right?
Yes, he did.
Put that Sunflower up there. So Cruz definitely wants to
that way
win
we
this.
Remember.
Yeah, Cruz
I'm sure
definitely
they
wants
remember
to,
who won which game.
I'm sure Cruz wants to win out here, and if you can 2-0 an opponent, it does make it a little better on your standings as well.
Yes.
I'm assuming.
At least that's what I've been told. I tried figuring out that system once, and
I'm also not a melee expert, so That is just an assumption. He is going to get rid of that
Yeah,
Cinderella.
that's
definitely too much
good
of
move.
too much of a risk. Let's see what Zeusine.
So we're gonna Zeus one of those daisies.
Mm-hmm. Singing that with the Hades. What else are we going to do here? Alex. Looks like we're getting ready to play a Pete. Guess he put that upside down so he remembers that it can't quest.
I guess.
And then paying 1 for a Captain Hook. We're going to quest for 2, go to 11.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I really hope he turns that Pete upside down. Upside right.
Yeah.
Right side up. All right.
Well,
so
we're still gonna see. We're still gonna see that knight.
We are gonna see that Cinderella hit the board. It just won't be shifted, so it won't be able to quest this turn.
Yeah.
Looks like Cruz has to be a little more aggressive this time around since Alex is at 11 lore. Uses that Smee to take out that Tinkerbell.
Definitely a good move on that.
Yes.
That Tinkerbell can be a lot of trouble.
Yes. At this point, Cruz is going to have to decide whether he's going to quest. Looks like Tamatoa, Fishbone, and possibly Dime. Okay. Ooh, a Robin Hood.
Robin Hood.
I haven't seen that card in ages. Ugh. I like that card.
I
Quest for 3
always
with
forget
Piglet.
that Robin Hood is out there.
Quest 2 with Mr. Smee. Is he going to do anything without Rapunzel? Quest away with it. Quest away.
Yep.
Go to 10. 10 to 11. There we go. He turned that upside down. Alex, thank you. So that goes over to Alex. Let's see what he got. So Alex does have 6 lore on board that he could quest for. It looks like he's going to play that. He's going to play a Hades. And I think Cruz is
just
scooped. So we're going to have a game 3.
There we are.
Woot woot.
That's our first game 3 for today.
It is.
Because rounds 1 and 2 were both 2-0s.
Yes. Way to show us the back and forth of Sing Songs and Tommy Boy's deck.
Yes.
So, like we said, Alex and Cruz know each other pretty well. Much like Nick and James in round 2, these guys, tech for each other, know how each other plays. So it's very much a mind games. And you kind of know the how someone plays certain cards and the way they play it. So
right.
I'm sure it's always interesting for them to play against each other. I'm sure they would have preferred this to be like the finals instead of round 3.
Yes.
All right, guys. This is for all the marbles. Cruz is already
there we go.
Just being like, "Hey, I gotcha. You're gonna fall over."
That'll show him.
Oh, I guess Cruz is gonna reshuffle his deck.
Yeah.
Cruz felt like that was bad karma, so he decided to go ahead and reshuffle. The best of luck to both of these guys.
Yeah.
And so far, we haven't really seen, the same decks over and over again. So that's good.
No.
We've gotten the big 3 have shown up. Amber Steel, Ruby Sapphire, and Ruby Amethyst. blue steel, amethyst steel, fringe decks from the previous sets now making their way, trying to make a name for themselves in this set 6 meta. So I'm pretty excited about all these different types of decks and different variations of them.
Very much so. Even seeing back when we were in round 2 with that other Amber Steel deck, even if it's the same color, it's nice seeing other cards really start showing up in the meta.
Yeah.
The way that this set seems to have helped break down that barrier a little bit.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, looks like Cruz is getting us started off with that Cinderella.
Cinderella. Get that Fortisphere and then that Captain Hook out there. Inking Gaston. Does not look like we have a song, but we do have another Cinderella and a Daisy.
Just enough to really start building up that board.
See what Alex does here. I don't think he has a Sail or a Tipo in his hand, which is the turn 2 play that you want.
Right.
It does look like he does have a Popsicle, and he is going to pass it over to Cruz, who
just pulled a Piglet.
Yes. So he has a Piglet, a Smee, I believe. It looks like he's going to ink. Pay 3 for the Gaston, which we have found out is a 3/3, Singer 5, Quest for 1. Oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me.
Not the quill again.
Much like game 1.
Yep.
Daisy just coming in and taking that quill away from Alex. What did Alex pull? Oh, he pulled the quill, and he plays a quill.
Okay,
he was just full of quills.
You send the other one to the bottom of the deck. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm not concerned.
It's like, whatever. I got it.
So we're going to do 3 into that Daisy.
Does look like we're doing 3 into that Daisy.
With Captain Hook.
That is a little dangerous to do that, especially going into turn 4.
He does take 1 back, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, because now you have a Rapunzel that you can play and grab 3 more cards.
And I believe, let's say he kind of skipped right through it, but it looks like Gaston sang that whole new world.
Yes, it does appear that way.
Which is good, because that's going to leave all of his ink open. It always...
Looks like we're doing 3 for Ariel.
Looks like we can songs, choose... We've got Grab Your Swords.
Grab Your Swords
and... have another option. Bare Necessities.
Bare Necessities.
Looks like.
I think he's deciding what he wants. You can always take the Bare Necessities if you don't need it. You can always ink it, because it is inkable.
That is a plus.
Yes. Grab Your Swords, obviously. You can sing that with Gaston if he lives through this next turn, or even with Ariel. There's really not much on Alex's side of the board as of right now, though.
Right.
So let's see what he ends up taking. Looks like he is going to take
going to hold on to that sword.
Yeah. And then... looks like Cinderella is going to sing Strength to take care of that captain. And questing for 1, going to 3, passing it over to Alex. So going into turn 5, obviously we can play the pesky mouse.
Thank you.
Also known to others as rodent. Looks like we're going to have Fishbone first. Could ink another card and then play an Ariel too. But we have a lot of threats on that side of the board. I mean, And he discarded a Grab Your Sword from that. Yep, it does look like...
there goes that aerial.
I think Cruz was thinking that was a Tinkerbell, because he, like...
He was getting ready.
He's banishing his Daisy already. Alex did have to discard a Grab Your Sword when Gaston sang that Whole New World, which is quite unfortunate for him, because that is one of his board wipes.
Would have come in really handy.
Yeah, it's very
right
clutch.
about now. So we're going to go ahead and quest for 2.
Oh, dime to the
and
bottom.
send that dime to the bottom.
And I think he has a dime in his hand as well.
Okay.
So, I mean, not necessarily something that you're too sad about.
Sure. And he's up at 6th lore, so he would be able to drop it next turn.
He wouldn't be able to use it, activate it, next turn, but he can drop it next turn. Looks like we are playing a Pete on Cruz's side, as well as an Ursula. And then, what is Gaston going to do? Oh, it looks like we're just going to quest out.
Questing.
We're just going to race to the finish line. So now we drew that sail. He cannot play that sail this turn because of Pete. So, unfortunately for Alex, there will be no extra ink or drawing a card. And this is rough.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, Cruz has 8 lore on the board. Looks like Alex is going to ink that. Looks like Alex is also counting that. We are going to ink that popsicle. Six. Tinkerbell. We are dropping that Tinkerbell in now, putting that pressure. So everything has 1 damage. I don't know what... I think there's another... Is he gonna... Okay, Fishbone. We're gonna pass it over.
Okay.
I don't know that I particularly like that. Maybe even a, running into one of those Cinderellas with your aerial. I guess he might be, wanting to save that aerial for his lucky dime.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you really kind of have to be aggressive right now.
Right, like at this point, the time for waiting has passed.
Yeah, and it looks like we have double Grab Your Sword in Cruz's hand with an Ariel and a Rapunzel and a Let the Storm Rage On. So we are really going to be putting a lot of pressure. We're gonna
search for another song.
How many songs does he have?
Oh.
Enough that he's hit every single time.
Yeah.
On this match. So Let the Storm Rage On. 2 on Tinkerbell. Obviously cannot target Ariel because it does have ward.
Hey, there's that Naveen again.
Yep.
Yep.
Singing with both Gaston and Ariel, the 2 Grab Your Swords to effectively wipe out Alex's board. And then questing away with the Pete, the Ursula, and the 2 Cinderellas. Cruz does have lethal on board.
Yes.
Exactly lethal. Or exactly enough to get to 20.
Right. Which is wild, because they're all only one questers.
They are only one questers, but he has flooded.
He's just that wide.
He has all the mermaids.
Yeah.
This is a sea of mermaids and princesses.
Mm-hmm.
And then Pete there just to referee everything.
Yeah. And whatever Pete is. Well, looks like Alex is playing a Pete.
Yep.
So no singing.
I don't think Cruz is going to do much singing.
I don't think he was too concerned about it. But I could be wrong.
I'm not quite sure what Alex would need to have. Definitely takes
let it go. That'll stop it for a moment at least.
Mm-hmm. As long as Cruz does not draw a 7 drop.
If he drops, or if he finds that, yeah. That shifts
I wonder
Cinderella.
if he will Whole New World.
Well, he can't Whole New World. Because Alex just played...
because Alex just played Pete. You're correct.
And that's I assume that's why we're seeing Devine come out with no song.
You're correct. Look at you being correct.
Hey!
Man, on a roll.
There's a second time for everything.
So, looks like Cruz goes to 18, goes over to Alex, who has
a Fire the Cannons.
He does have a Fire the Cannons. I don't believe there is a way out of this.
I think this is it.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh. And it looks like Alex is scooping up, giving the win, fist bumps between two good friends.
Yeah.
Team Lorcana still has 2 great players in the top tables, so I'm sure we will see Alex and Cruz further down the road. Yeah, and we'll get Cruz here in a moment to see what he thinks.
Yeah.
So.
I gotta see myself. Oh. Let me come in closer a little bit here. Hey!
Like you guys are friends or something.
Hey! So, we're here with Cruz.
How's it going, guys?
Who just won his round.
Yeah.
Great watching you.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah. Steel Song, man.
Steel Song, back to Old Trusty.
Yeah.
I can't stay away from it.
Hey, it's a good deck.
It works.
You know?
It works.
It does what it's supposed to.
It beats Blue Steel. For sure. For sure.
2 out of 3 times.
2 out of 3, it does. Yeah, it was a good game. I went a little bit different direction on my Steel Song list, and it's really paid off for me. I got away from all the shift lines. Okay. Except for 2 Big Cindy's.
I was saying, we saw Big Cindy. I don't think you did. She come out at all?
I got her out once in game 2, but then he Hades'd her, and I conceded from there.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that was my only out.
Yeah.
My only reasoning for that, to be honest, though, is in the mirror. If they're shooting stuff down, I want to be able to put out more stuff that survives. I don't want to go negative by shifting on top of something.
That makes sense.
Especially when on turn 3, say they drop like a Shift Robin Hood, 3/6 usually survives everything. If I play Ursula Vanessa on 2, Small Cindy on 1, that's just a Zeus and a Storm Rage on away from free.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm following.
Yeah. Turn 2 Vanessa's a 1/4.
Right.
She's not great into Ruby. But she's great in everything else. I've also opted to put 3 Gastons in my list. The Baritone Bully.
We saw him.
He's worth his weight in gold. Very undervalued card. He's a Singer 5 that you get out on 3 besides Ariel. And he survives Brawl.
Fair enough.
The only reason.
Fair enough.
I hate Ruby. Ruby Amethyst is my worst matchup.
Yep.
I've avoided it so far.
There we go.
So you don't want to see Ruby Amethyst? Is that the one?
Ruby Amethyst isn't necessarily my worst matchup. That'd be Blue-Red. Blue-Red's just kind of a given. Every deck's going to have a bad matchup. Blue-Red is Steel Song's bad matchup, period. Ruby Amethyst is Cruz's bad matchup. So, yeah.
I was going to say, because typically it's favorable.
Look, I practice with the team a lot. Some of you guys might know Scott. I know y'all do. He stays on
Never
Ruby
heard of him.
Amethyst, and I can't beat him. And that's bad. So I'm happy to say that I've avoided that. I went green steel round 1. 2-0. Game 2 was pretty close. He got to 19, but I finished it the next turn. He couldn't remove anything. Game 2 was green-purple, which is just favorable for me. They try to quest out.
It's a good combo.
Yeah. They try to quest out. If I can hit a grab your swords even once a game, I'm usually winning.
Right.
I did go to 61 cards to add in a second grab your swords, which paid off in this game 3.
Yeah.
We did see
Let's say
that. We saw the double.
Yeah, that
grab
double
sword.
swords
It's
was
simply for that, and for
was
those
nasty.
pesky genies. The 4 toughness evasives are something I've teched for. So
There you go.
61's where I'm at.
There you go.
There we
man.
are.
61 is not bad. It's only a 0.05% that it ruins consistency from what I've heard. So I think it's definitely worth it, especially if you have a lot of draw power with those Rapunzels and a whole new world and let the storm rage on. So
It definitely paid off. It's been singing today. I will say that I've got a risky list because I run 6 1-drops, 4 Cindy, 2 Daisy.
Okay.
I do miss that sometimes, but today it's I'm getting the nuts. So
Yeah.
There we go.
we're gonna hope for the best going forward, and
Right.
hope that next round isn't Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best of luck, man. Hopefully we see you in top tables.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your time.
Have a good one.
All right, guys. So we'll start getting ready for round 4. We'll bring you another competitive gameplay once we get those matches up. Stick around. All right, welcome back to round 4. We're past our halfway point. I'm Raquel, that goes 14, helping commentate with.
Jesse or Jester Dujour?
All right, guys. So we have Corey and Jeffrey, playing here. Looks like they're doing their mulligan stage right now. I do not know what they are playing at all. So
I'm very excited for this run. I know nothing about either of these players.
yeah, the one thing we do know is that they're both KC locals.
Okay.
So they may or may not know each other because KC is a big enough town that you don't necessarily have to
Right.
know everybody. But
Okay. We're
like-
at least playing Amethyst over here.
yep. And it looks like on
Are we
Corey's,
doing that brooms package?
we're playing a Jafar deck possibly.
Maybe. Ooh, and another Amethyst.
Amethyst on Amethyst. So both players making sure they don't reveal their second color before turn 2. Looks like we are going to quest for 1. Ooh, Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst.
Playing that Flynn. Banishing that broom when that Flynn enters play.
Good stuff.
Alright. What could the other... Oh, green.
Ooh. All right. Now we're talking.
Alright.
Let's take a look at that hand.
So be prepared. Maui, Genie, Rabbit.
The rabbit
Sisu.
and the little Sisu.
And he does discard that. Be prepared with the 2-drop Ursula, taking that from Jeffrey.
Yes.
So let's see what we're going to ink. We're going to ink a Maui. I'm assuming playing that Sisu for that good old Flynn Sisu combo.
And I believe 3. Who's that Ursula? 4. She's only 2. He should have 4 lore, right? Or does
Playing the kit to bounce that Flynn back into Joffrey's hand. Corey is making sure that Flynn does not get that trigger at the start of Jeffrey's turn. You have a question.
Well, I'm just wondering if he just didn't update the tablet, or if I'm thinking of the wrong card again. Because that trigger with Flynn should have happened last turn, wouldn't it? Or does Ursula have 3 strength?
Ursula has 1 strength.
Okay. So he may not have.
He wouldn't have
Updated
had the Flynn.
Because he played the Flynn turn
The
2.
Trinabog would have been on play, right?
Flynn is also 2.
Yeah, Flynn's a 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Yes. You're good, man.
I don't know. I don't know how to play this game.
So we're inking that Clarabelle, playing that genie, drawing the card, questing with that cloud kicker. Moving over back to Jeffrey. He's gonna brawl that genie, make sure that he doesn't get much more out of it. And then here Jeffrey's gonna have to decide whether he wants to go into Kit or not. So let's see what he does. Is he going to quest or is he going to leave it ready? He is going to trade into it. It looks like Corey did update his lore count. He is at 4.
Yes.
Boards are cleared for both opponents. So let's see what Corey puts on.
And it's another one of those genies.
Got that genie on genie. Inking that cloud kicker. And I'm assuming
that Emerald Kit Cloud Kicker. That's a fun card.
Yes.
Let's say.
I agree. We're gonna ink a goat. We played a genie, drew a card, so we got some genie on genie action.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Corey does this play. And I wonder if we haven't seen any actions as of yet from Corey, have we? No, we have not.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so I wonder if this is, oops, all characters come from the Artifacts deck list that he put out, or if this does have actions in it.
That's
like Corey's putting on the pressure with a rabbit drawing a card and then
that Cursed Merfolk.
Merfolk.
Good stuff.
Yes. Questing for 2 with his genie, moving up to 6. And then it looks like we're moving into 7 ink territory.
Mm-hmm.
So, alright, quest with the genie. Alright. Okay,
Well,
do
there
4
goes
more
another
for
one.
another genie. Ink the Chernabog. And play a Sisu. Putting
Okay.
some pressure on the board as well.
Yeah.
Corey with 4 cards in his hand.
Do you have Ken's backup sleeves?
Alright, so it looks like we're just gonna quest with that with everybody over on Corey's side. He's bringing out that white rose, which just gets him an extra lore for having played. And then let's see what else is he gonna do. Oh my goodness! Looks like we're dropping another Cursed Merfolk and then that Bonsai out there. So quite a bit out there. Rather wide board. Jeffrey, he is up to 7 ink, looks like, and we're playing Ruby Amethyst. So, we're playing a rabbit. So it looks like we're drawing a card. So I'm assuming he does not have that. Be prepared, because now would not be a bad time to play it. Looking across the table there. Looks like using 2 genies to take out Corey's 1 there.
I lay for 1 minute and Corey's board blew up with a bunch of characters.
And then it looks like we're deciding what to do with Sisu. Okay. He's discarding that Flynn to go ahead and challenge into the Merfolk. Turning into quite the 2 turns back and forth. A lot of changes there on the board. Looks like the last thing that he did was pulling out that fox to send the rabbit back, and then using that fox to challenge into Corey's rabbit.
Yep, and it does look like he is going to quest with both Bonsai and Curse Merfolk for 4, taking them up to 16. We'll see what he does from this point. Does have 3 cards in hand. Is he going to challenge into anything or quest with White Rose? Maybe even bouncing.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, it looks like we are going to challenge into Sisu. And then, oh, what a
Oh my goodness.
Go Tamago. Being played on there, paying the 2 to get the 3 lore from the 3 damage that Sisu has that was inflicted by the White Rose, putting him at 19.
I was about to ask why just send your rose into a character like that, but I guess that's the answer.
Kamikaze into victory, possibly for Corey as a White Rose or a goat, can win him this game.
Yes. And that's even if, we'll say, it looks like we really are
Jeffrey's going to discard a rabbit after running into the Curse Merfolk with his fox. So now he's trying to decide. He does show the goat to show that he does have the game winning.
There we are.
1 lore. So
that's game 1 for Corey.
Corey gets game 1. We're getting that Sunflower up by his name for winning that first game. There is no reset.
Nope.
They'll just have to push the buttons, guys. There we go. Look at that. Figured it out.
To be fair, it is. It can take a minute.
It can take a minute, yes. I do understand that. Hey, it's not my fault. I would use a phone, but I don't have an extra phone to use. And the Amazon tablets do not allow us to download the Disney Companion app. So I can't download it.
Really?
Yeah, because it's not through the regular Google App Store. Or at least I haven't figured it out.
Okay.
I could be technologically
hey, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some tech expert.
I am for sure not a tech expert. I can barely make these makeshift layovers. So
I just show up and talk, and even then I don't do well.
So please do, give me some slack.
Yes.
Definitely not an expert here.
If you have helpful, constructive, nice criticism, feel free to leave a comment.
Leave a comment, send us an email, hit us up on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Blue Sky.
Let's say, find us on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
That's
where all the cool kids are going, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, so Jeffrey and Corey in the mulligan stage. Jeffrey will go first. So I think Corey is possibly just waiting to see how many Jeffrey puts back.
Jeffrey's sending back 5.
Corey's sending back 4. So 5.
Pretty.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
Hopefully that means that he has a 1-drop in there.
Hopefully he found what he was looking for.
Yes, for sure.
Let's say, getting everything shuffled back up.
Yep, getting this shuffled. Just excuse me 1 second. I'll let you continue here.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going to have Jeffrey start things off. Looks like he's got that magic broom out yet again. Yeah, it's a solid 1-drop. I think personally I would prefer it over followers, just because you can banish it by playing another character rather than just off of questing. Looks like he did. Corey got his followers out, and now Jeffrey turn 2. He's got 2 of them. He did banish that magic broom, though. I'm not sure if he quested or not. Oh, looks like we've got Ursula again, so we're going to take a look at his hand. Okay. There he is. So we're looking at Jeffrey's hand there. There was a Lady Tremaine. There was, looks like, I believe there was a rabbit and a brawl. And he did discard that Be Prepared, thanks to that Ursula again. So now we're back. Looks like he quested with one of those followers and banished it to draw a card. So we are up to 2. We're going to ink Friends.
That's never a card you want to see inked, right?
And quest to draw again. I don't think he found everything he was looking for.
Doesn't sound like
mulligan. And he does have Sisu out. He had found a Be Prepared that got discarded.
Oh,
thanks to Ursula.
Ursula took that B prep.
Yep.
What else did he have in his hand? Did he have any good cards in there?
It was I believe a rabbit and a brawl, I think were the 2 that I had seen.
Very good, very good.
Looks like we are going to ink Kit Cloud Kicker. And then quest with Chernobog's followers and Ursula. He did get that Diablo out there, though.
Well. This looks like Corey has 4 cards in hand. Moving it over back to Jeffrey, playing that Genie. Continue to drawing cards.
Personally, I would say last turn he inked Friends. This turn he inked a Goat. Doesn't feel great. But getting that Genie out there at least is a plus.
Yes, that is a plus. You are the first. You get that evasive 2 lore gaining character out there, and you get to draw a card when it hits the battlefield or hits the field. So now back over to Corey, seeing what we're going to ink and then what we're going to play. Looks like we're going to We're going to exert the 3. What are we going to play here? Questing with the Bog, banishing it to draw a card.
I do appreciate, we've seen kind of throughout the day, but especially with these 2, them helping keep each other up to date on the tablet.
Mm-hmm. Yes, which can be difficult. Obviously, they're both writing as well on paper.
Right. You get used to your system, and adding something else like that can be can really throw a wrench in things.
Yes, I agree. It does look like he plays that crab. Crabs the Ursula to run into that Sisu. But Jeffrey fires back with another Genie, inking that broom, playing a Chernobog, and we're going to quest for 2. Moving on up to 7 lore. So it's very back and forth. I think Jeffrey definitely has a more lore gaining board as of right now. We do see a Genie entering Corey's side of the field, so that is good for him. Having evasive to combat the double evasives on the other side. We are going to ink an Ursula
Merfolk.
and then that Merfolk,
That's a good card.
It is a good card. Questing for 2, tying it back up at 7. Sending it back over to Jeffrey. So here we're entering, this is what? We're at 6.
Turn 6.
So we're going to use that Brawl to get rid of that Genie. Don't even have to challenge into it, which makes that much easier. Looks like he quested with that Chernobog and drew. So we're looking for something. Inking another goat.
Another goat.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, did he give...
So I believe he gave the challenger to Genie to challenge into the crab, and then use the other Genie to take out Diablo.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, getting rid of the of your opponent's lore or board is usually great.
Go hitting the
That
board.
go.
Man, four ink to earn 3 lore.
Not bad.
Not too shabby. Go. Get to that finish line. And then it's like, can you bounce it and play it again?
I imagine he might have a plan for that.
I mean, you never know. Sneaky.
Looks like Corey's deciding if
What
he wants
he's
to
going
ink,
to ink,
or if he's got anything else left for this turn.
Inking the goat and passing it back over. 3
We're
cards in
inking
hand.
goats on both sides of the
Yeah.
table now.
We don't need those stinking goats to win.
I guess.
Alright? Who needs goat? Bounce goat.
I do, usually.
Alright, so we're coming into turn 7. I don't think at this point you obviously be prep, but it looks like we are going to run crab into
There we go.
Merfolk, discarding Maui, and then playing a Lady Tremaine so that Corey has to choose go.
Mm-hmm.
Looks
And
like
he's
we're
going to quest out with both genies, bring it up to 12.
tying it back up. And Jeffrey does have 7 lore on the board. We have seen him ink quite a few goats, but it doesn't mean that all his goats are gone.
Right. He could have goats. He could have a white rose.
Could have a white rose, that's right.
You know.
So Corey is playing that rabbit. And is going to send that genie back into Jeffrey's hand. Turn it back over to Jeffrey,
Mm-hmm.
who we know has a genie that can draw a card.
Yes.
And I think we're about to see that genie make an appearance again.
That seems likely.
Because I don't foresee a bee prep once again.
No. No, it's probably not advantageous to you to play a bee prep at this point. I mean, that said, I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's true. I'm no expert by any
Yes.
means. So it looks like Jeffrey is deciding what he's going to do.
All right,
Playing
there goes
that genie, drawing that card, and then deciding what he's going to do. Looks like we're going to quest to go up to 16.
Mm-hmm.
And we still have to open ink, and we can ink for turn as well.
Yes.
So, looks like Crab is going to sing Friends. We're going to ink a Sisu.
And then,
Bounce the other genie.
Good idea.
Nice. So we do have enough characters on the board for Jeffrey's side to win next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have to.
In order to stop it, Corey needs to put an end to at least Tremaine and one of the others.
Okay. Looks like we do not have enough. Corey's going to scoop it up. And we're going to go to game
Going to game 3.
3. Sunflower for each one.
Good times.
Good times indeed. Both of them undefeated. So, I mean, there can only be one winner. Or there could be no winners.
There can be only
I guess.
one.
They could run out of time. Technically.
Well, yeah, I guess they could.
Could draw.
That's technically an option. They could draw.
Drawing means they both win, right?
I think drawing means we lose. That's how I see it.
You would not do well in best of 2.
No, I would not. I say, what little experience I've had with best of 2, I am not a fan.
Well, Jesse, just let your feelings out, man.
I will. I thought that's what we were here for.
Best of 2 is an interesting format.
Oh. There we go. Hey, you won.
See, there is a -5 button.
Mm-hmm.
So if you push, you just have to push 4 times instead of go down to 0 from 20.
Right.
But once again, not a reset button.
Right.
unfortunately.
Well,
the reset.
there looks like a reset button.
The resets.
But that
to 20.
takes you to 20.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Hit the reset button and you win.
Yeah. Ta-da!
All right. Looks like Corey he's got a white rose, maybe a Clarabelle that he's got there. Looks like a kit right under his thumb. I think the one card that he got rid of was a Clarabelle. Was what it looked like, at least.
Is that the 7-drop Clarabelle you would think?
It looked like the
1
It
drop?
looked like yeah.
Okay. The 1
The
drop.
one, but I
that
could
you paid
be
2 and to banish an item.
right.
Okay. Which would be useless in this matchup,
Exactly.
as Ruby Amethyst is not
So-
known to play any items.
I assume the only reason you wouldn't want to throw it back is if you had the 7-drop Clarabelle to shift her out. But even that, really, in this matchup, I don't think it's going to be that helpful.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, you're playing Amethyst. You're drawing enough cards as it is.
Yes. So we are inking on Jeffrey's side that goat and playing that broom, very much like the previous game. Corey inking and then playing it Chernabog.
Yes.
And then we'll see what his game plan is. He's going to quest. Doesn't look he's going to banish his Chernabog's followers. But he does. Then we're going to Inca Diablo play a bonsai.
Hey,
so
bonsai.
going to be as aggressive as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna both quests, so they're both at 1. Chernabog comes into play. Broom is banished when the Chernabog comes in to draw a card.
Yes. So you had stepped away earlier, and he was playing that broom again. So, and maybe you disagree. Personally, I think for an Amethyst 1-drop, I almost prefer that broom over Chernabog's followers. Let's say I like the idea of being able to banish it and draw a card because I'm playing a different character rather than just from questing.
True. I mean, I can definitely see your side. I think for me, the Chernabog's followers has that 2 strength, which is sometimes a way to get rid of characters versus that 1 strength. So that might be the difference between
Fair
the
enough.
2. Of, just being more of a threat.
Right. And I'm sure what I understand of of the meta, I'm very much in the minority with liking that broom. Looks like he quested all the way up to 6, my goodness, and got that genie out there. Well, just for a moment, because it looks like Jeffrey's going to go ahead and brawl that right away.
Yeah, definitely
is
gonna
good.
get rid of that.
So you don't want to go leaving that guy hanging out.
No.
Same.
Yeah, it looks like Jeffrey's clearing up that board on Corey's side with the Sisu's and Brawl. Sisu running into Bonsai.
And the important thing is, yes, Sisu has all that damage on her, right? But it's early enough, I believe. Never mind, this is turn 5. So he would be able to, if he had Go-Go,
He would
to
be
have
able
played
to
and
yes.
got the lore off of it.
Yes.
Never mind, I thought we were at turn 4.
Nope. Because he played Genie last turn. Yes. So now he's deciding he is going to run into that Sisu with that Cloud Kicker. So Corey, in turn, turns around and clears Jeffrey's board, leaving himself with an exerted Elsa, 5th Spirit on his side with 2 damage. Oh.
And we're just going to... Oh, Dragonfire.
That has a card that I have not seen.
Welcome back. Dragonfire. That's a name I haven't heard in many years.
The power of Dragonfire.
Oh. We're finally playing a goat, which is nice.
Yes.
Nice seeing him not just
used for ink.
kicked right into the inkwell.
Yes. So gotta go
We got
in
that merfolk out
yes,
there.
That's right. Just continuously pressuring the board.
Yes.
Corey is at 7. Lore. Jeffrey is at 1. Does play that rabbit. Still drawing cards. Making sure he gives himself the best advantage before making the next decision. I always find it interesting when I'm like, what would I do in this situation?
Yeah.
Obviously don't know everything he has in his hand, so does not look like he has anything else he wants to play, so he's passing it over after inking.
Yeah.
Quest for 3 more on Corey's side, with the goat and the merfolk going up to 10. Gonna
ink that kit.
ink the kit. Looks like we've gotten into the 6 ink range at this point.
I believe so.
So for another goat, these goats are making an appearance this turn. Look at that.
There we go.
Man, see, you were complaining about it, and now
Well, they listened.
Corey listened to you telepathically and said, "This one's for Jesse."
That's right.
You know, bah.
All right, there goes that be prepared.
Be prep.
Which, I mean, because he's got those goats out, he's still getting 2 lore off of that.
He is.
So it's getting him all the way up to 15.
So he will go up to 15. Plays a Clarabelle. End of turn. Draws 5 cards, since that is what his opponent had.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, 4 cards. My mistake.
4
cards. Since that is what Jeffrey had in his hand. Looks like we're going to
And
be
we're
prep
gonna do
again.
another be
but
prepared.
Clarabelle already did her job of drawing him cards.
Yep.
I mean,
It
that
would have
just-
been nice to stick around for another turn or 2, but she got her job done.
Yep. And then checking, we got 2 Elsas and
Okay.
the Brawl in hand. And that Ursula eats up that Friends. So no more drawing for Jeffrey.
That's right.
And now we know we don't have a B prep in hand.
Yes. So he was definitely hoping to find that, I'm assuming.
So obviously you know that anything with 2 willpower could possibly die next turn. So you're going to give him different options to which one
Right.
that Elsa's going to run into. Elsa taking that Chernobog's and smacking it. Smacks back for 2.
Mhm.
Now we're passing over back to Corey. We'll see what he does at this point. Looks like we're going to quest. Go to 17. He did not. I don't think he
updated the tablet before.
Yeah, he did not update the tablet before because he would be at 17.
Yeah.
Playing that Elsa. He is presenting enough to win next turn.
So, why not just go ahead and run your Elsa into Jeffrey's?
You don't want it to be exerted. There's no reason.
Okay.
You have a...
Fair enough.
You You
Yeah.
There's no reason for it. It's a
Or I
basic.
guess she's a 2/5.
It's a 2/5. Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. So those are
That's why.
Yes, Jeffrey is gonna play that 8-drop Sisu clearing Corey's board. Corey's gonna come back and play a double genie to
Oh
draw
my goodness.
2 cards, also presenting 4 lore on his board.
Mm-hmm.
If we're correct, his lore total is 17 and not 15. But as of right now, he does have 15 on the tablet. So we'll see what Jeffrey does here, though. Jeffrey is at 2. 2
Yes.
more. So, Corey definitely started off with a lot of pressure, a lot of lore, character gaining. B prep wouldn't be too bad here, I suppose. Questing, we're gonna see a B prep. Nope, that looks like 6 for Lady Tremaine. Getting rid of one of those genies. Inkin and Elsa, we're gonna brawl. Nope, we're gonna swing back that Elsa back into the hand. Interesting. Quest for 2.
I guess 17.
Put that genie back. Run into that Sisu. So use the fox, bounce the genie. Got rid of that Sisu with the fox and replayed the genie.
Okay.
So both of them being readied.
Right.
Elsa running into Chernobog. Followers. And then brawling
we're gonna
that
brawl
genie.
that genie away. So it doesn't matter how far up you are. You cannot count Ruby Amethyst out.
You cannot.
It's too good at what it does. Really.
Yes, I agree.
Going on
So we have 3 cards in hand for Corey.
He's gonna bring up Belle.
Belle and a Diablo. Passing it over to Jeffrey. Okay. Lady Tremaine draws a card. Since and
there
quests
we are.
with Belle Goat to get to 20. Corey gets
Corey
that game. Quite close. I think that Clarabelle really brought him
Yes.
back in the game and had him stay in the game past that beat prep. Otherwise, it would have been, I think, a difficult path for him.
So, coming back from a board wipe is always... It's never easy. It's much more difficult if you also don't have cards.
Yes. Well, especially against Ruby Amethyst, where if you only are playing one character at a time, Lady Tremaine's can just snipe them the
Lady
minute they're
Tremaine,
played. Bee Kings,
let's say
Brawl,
Medusa, Brawl.
Medusa, Bee Prep.
So
I mean,
much.
and sometimes it's a little overwhelming. All right, Ruby Amethyst, let's calm down. All right, so we're going to get ready to have a talk with Corey, see if he wants to come back here and let us know how that went for him as well. All right, so we have Corey back here with us. Let us know, how did that feel? How'd that go?
That was way closer than I would normally expect. Green purple is usually pretty favored into the red purple matchups.
Mm-hmm.
But losing the die roll, but still win on the draw was nice.
That was impressive.
Yeah.
Getting that win, game one, I think really helped you out.
Yeah.
What do you think made this matchup difficult? Was it just...
Jeffrey drew very well. I was able to see his hand with the Ursulas,
yes.
so I kind of knew what he was working with. Especially that game 3.
Yes.
He top decked a lot of outs in a row.
Yes. He definitely had you against the ropes.
But we thankfully had that big Clarabelle that drew us 4 cards. That was a lifesaver for sure.
Yeah, we were also commenting on that because we were like when you played that Clarabelle, I was like, this gets him back in the game. Because, I mean, you had no cards in hand to go to 4 cards at the end of that turn. Even if I think you B-prepped the next turn. I mean, at that point, I was like, Clarabelle already did her job.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
She doesn't even have to quest. Like,
exactly.
Having those cards in your hand are what keeps you in that game.
That's why I play her.
Yes.
I see a lot of green purples cutting her. You know, they're trying to be a little more lean, play a little more like bonsais, or playing the gazelles to give things evasive.
Yes.
But you need Clarabelle to win a lot of these grinding matchups.
Okay. Do you think that that's a card that you play against Ruby Amethyst, or is it just a card that you use against everybody? Is there a certain time that you don't?
I like it into most matchups.
Okay.
Playing the one-drop Clarabelle is really nice into red-blue, which that's a huge thing. Like, if you can pop their item before they can play Hiram, you're in a really good spot.
Yeah.
And then the shift Clarabelle, she's a 5/6. So against a lot of these steel decks, they can't kill her. You know, she's going to quest for at least 2. I can potentially bounce her and replay her.
Yeah.
She gets a lot of equity in most matchups.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because you do have the ability of bouncing her, and then at end of turn, you know, drawing those cards if you dump the rest of your hand out.
Yeah.
So very good. Any matchups that you don't want to see?
I want to dodge all the steel.
All the steel, okay.
I did play against an Amethyst steel last round.
Okay.
Prior to this. But thankfully, I was able to get there just fast enough.
Yeah, steel is typically the kryptonite of, you know.
I'm happy that none of the steel decks I've seen are playing Twin Fire today.
Okay.
Which that card is really bad for me. It usually kills my 1 and 2 turn.
Okay, yeah.
And if I lose that much tempo from one card from them, it can be devastating.
And Twin Fire, is that a 2-drop?
Yeah, it's a 2-cost. So it costs them the Twin Fire itself, and then they can discard 1 to deal 2 more to another target.
Okay. Yeah, so then it would just pop up without even having to, if you have a merfolk out there, having to discard an additional card. They just, I'm going to discard anyways, might as well pop 2 things at once.
Exactly.
That makes sense. I don't think I've seen many steel decks with that, even in my local groups. I don't think we've played that, but I might have to think about that, because I also play Amethyst Steel.
If there's any Amethyst Emerald in your meta, it's really good.
Okay. Very good. All right. Well, we're heading into round 5, so 2 more rounds before top cut. So best of luck, man. Hopefully we'll see you in the top cut. That way we can keep seeing your wonderful gameplay. I am a fan of Emerald Amethyst, so I'm glad to see it doing well. So best of luck, man.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Welcome back to round 5. Get this updated real quick. That is 3. And then
We're talking round 5. Once again, we're at the Geekery doing that Disney Lorcana tournament. I am Jesse, or Jester Dujour.
and I am Raquel, also known as Lycos 14. So here we have Bro Hamilton, also known as Ken, and Gabe, both members of the Sunflower Illumineers team. So it is quite a sad moment when team members have to face each other during any matchups, but Definitely going into round 5, as this will kind of determine their tournament status from this point
Yes.
on.
Looks like Gabe is playing. It's definitely steel. Is that an amethyst steel deck he's got?
So it does look
I think
like
I
an
just saw it
amethyst
go.
steel because I think there's a fox in there.
Yep.
So definitely amethyst steel. And Ken is playing an amber steel variation. It's not the mines one, and it's not a traditional steel song. So it is a little, I guess I would say a little more aggro-y.
Okay.
Okay. So kind of the third version of steel song in this new meta.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty awesome. We get to witness all 3 variations on stream. So yeah.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's always nice seeing. Oh my goodness, they both have the same color of sleeves. It's always nice seeing. It's great seeing different color combinations. In the meta. But even when it is, even when it is the same color combinations, at the very least, there's differences between the decks, and it's really interesting watching how they play. Because there's some similarities here and there. Like especially, I imagine this is a lot closer to the, I guess, regular steel song than say the one we saw earlier.
Yeah, I would say so. It still has the basic concept of it.
Right.
There's still going to be songs. Ariel's still in it.
I'm still seeing Ariel and Rapunzel.
Yeah, so very
over
much
there
still.
in Bro Hamilton's hand.
Yeah. So,
we're
inking
just
a,
inking that 1-drop Robin and passing.
and then
That's
Gabe is going to
interesting.
ink that
snake.
snake and passing as well.
Mm-hmm.
So no 1-drops for either one. We're gonna ink and Ursula play a Smee.
Smee out there. Sorry, Mr. Smee.
Mr. Smee.
Do you think he's going to dump his hand to draw 2 cards?
I don't think he's going to do that this time
Okay.
around.
Fair enough.
Which he did not.
That was an option.
Yeah, that was an option Gabe had. He chose not to take that option.
Probably the right choice.
I believe so. We're going to ink a little Cinderella, get an Ariel. Do I see a song? No song, so we whiff.
That's
Ariel.
unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
But he's going to quest with Mr. Smee.
Is going to quest with Mr. Smee and pass it over back to Gabe. Unfortunately, I think that Doc is a 1/3.
I believe you're correct.
So not enough to take out Mr. Smee. And it doesn't look like Gabe is going to quest with him for fear of Smee running into Doc, getting that 2 damage, and then possibly using Rapunzel.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do
Let's try it
another
again.
Ariel. Let's see. We are going to take Whole New World. Looks like he
At least we found a song this time.
did find a song this time. Inking that Strength of a Raging Fire. And I think he's considering whether he's going to quest or not. Obviously, threw 2 threats on the board for Gabe to take out anything he exerts.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Gabe decides to do on his end. I'm going to ink a goat and play another Pete.
Oh my goodness.
And a Chernobog. I think at this point he knows that he has Whole New World. He's preventing that from being sung.
Right.
And he's dumping his hand.
Plus, I mean, in general, you obviously you see the color combination sitting across from you. The playing Pete, stopping Steel Song from doing those songs is always the right move, in my opinion.
I agree. Gabe deciding what he wants to do next, whether he's going to quest or not quest. It looks like he is not
Gonna
going
leave
to
everything
quest.
ready.
So now we're going to see what is Bro Hamilton going to do on his turn. No actions can be done during this turn due to Gabe playing that second Pete. We are going to do that Rapunzel to draw one, heal that damage and draw one.
Okay.
We are going to ink a Robin Hood, the Champion of Sherwood. Just never a card you want to have to ink.
It doesn't feel great
No.
in the inkwell.
Yeah.
Although then again, I mean, I say that for almost every card. I don't like inking.
you.
I like playing cards.
That is fun. I agree. It is always difficult to ink a card that you're like, but I don't want you in the inkwell.
Right.
I'll never see you again.
Exactly. And they get sad when they're face down.
Yeah. I think they're in timeout.
Yeah.
So Gabe is going to ink a Smee. He
He
is
does have
exerting.
5, so he does have that Fifth Spirit Elsa in his hand.
Yep, does look like he is going to use it and exert one of the aerials and run.
Pete right on into it.
Yep. Pete survives since aerial only hits back for 2 strength.
Mm-hmm.
Now Gabe gets to decide whether he's going to be questing or continue leaving his cards readied. What we do know is that now Bro Hamilton will be able to play a song
Yes, he
this
will.
coming turn, and we know that he probably will.
That's I'd be expecting that whole new world coming fast.
So let's see what comes. He's really thinking this out. We do have 5 ink available. It looks like he has a Zeus in there. I let the Storm Rage on. A Piglet, possibly. Is that a Piglet?
I keep trying to move as though I'll get a better vantage point.
Yeah. Unfortunately, us moving our heads does not.
The camera's
actually,
fixed.
Yeah. Does not actually help us.
It's like when you're playing like a racing video game, you know.
Yeah,
if
you like
lean
move
over,
over
the
the
car
side.
the car turns better.
I agree. It does. If you don't do it, then you're going to lose that game, I think.
Exactly.
So it does look
So
like
Rapunzel's
he
just gonna
smacks.
finish off Pete.
Yep. Challenge into
There.
that Pete. Get that 3 damage. We're going to Zeus the Elsa with Ariel singing. Looks like it's Donald Duck. We're going to play a Donald Duck exerted bodyguard. Quest with Smee for 2, going to 5. And then we're going to take out that Chernabog with a Let the Storm Rage on, drawing a card for turn. And it looks like
that's
that's
pretty
a pretty,
nice.
pretty good turn.
Okay, never mind. And that answers my question. So I was about to ask if that Donald was a captain or not, but I assume he is not.
I assume so,
say, I
since
think-
Smee did take a damage.
I think the only Musketeer captain is Mickey, but I could be wrong.
Let's see, Donald Duck. That Donald Duck bodyguard is a Dreamborn hero and musketeer.
Okay.
So not a captain.
Not a captain. No promotion yet.
Nope. So it looks like Pete
And
will
he's
take
already
out
gone.
that Donald. We're going to Fox the Pete back in hand. We can ink and play that Pete once again.
Mm-hmm.
if we're willing to ink the other card. What is Fox going to take out? Is he going to take out Rapunzel? Is he going to take out Smee? Is he going to take out Ariel? These are all...
They're all options.
They're all options. He would not die from an Ariel or Rapunzel. So those are two viable
so we're
options.
taking out Ariel.
Yeah, which is the Singer 5.
Yeah. That's probably your best bet.
I also agree with that. So it looks like he would have to ink that Strength of a Raging
Strength.
Fire if he wants to play that Pete again.
Yeah. I think instead we're going to be inking.
Instead, we're going
Pete
to play that.
and playing Strength of a Raging Fire.
There we go. Very good. So all Singers off the board. Only Smee survived. 1 card in hand for Gabe, with a Fox and a Duck on his side. Looks like we're playing a Lilo. And we're going to Strength back. Quest for 2, go to 7. Looks like he has a Genie, so I'm assuming he's going to be playing that. Draw a card. Got a Bog. We're going to ink that Chernabog, play that Dock, discard his 0 hand card, draw 2 cards. That's how you always want to use that Dock. The damaged Dock is going, for the Dock that's already been dry, is going to run into this Mr. Smee, taking him out since he had 2 damage on him. We're going to ink a Smee, play a whole new world. It's like the game starts all over. And then playing in Ursula, questing for 2 more with that Lilo, moving up to 9 on Bro Hamilton's side. So now Gabe with all 7 cards in his hand. He is showing the cards that he discarded, which looks like it was a Genie and a Pete.
So he does have, looks like there is Calhoun, there's got, looks like he had a
Crab.
Followers, a Diablo for sure.
We got some different options.
Yeah.
He's counting his ink. They're at 7. I think he's planning out his moves for the next couple of turns, trying to figure out what's the most optimal play. Looks like he does have a Fire the Cannons in his hand as well. Possibly going to ink that Crab in order to play as many cards as possible to kind of pressure the board at this point. We know that Amber Steel doesn't have super strong willpower characters, so it's not like you have to run into, you know, a 7 or 8 willpower.
Right. I'll say, I mean, oh, never mind.
Because of a
So he does
Gantu.
have, looks like Gabe does have a Gantu that might be coming out.
Okay. Gantu's gonna make an appearance.
Isn't it great having a Gantu that's playable?
Yes, it is. It is great. It's actually quite amazing how many times I have seen Gantu being played. It is a 4/3, so it, you know, doesn't get Brawl, it doesn't get Medusa, which
Right.
is not too shabby.
Not a bad
Quest
card.
for 4
A Quest for 4, that's really good.
packs a punch.
There's definitely worse cards out there.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah.
Keep really trying to sequence his
Yes.
gameplay. I think he's going to end up with the Calhoun. Oh, went back to the Gantu. Alright, so
Play Gantu.
playing the Gantu.
And
Inking the
then
Diablo.
Inking Diablo.
Playing a
and
crab.
playing a crab.
To
Okay.
beef up Doc to take out Lilo. Using Genie to sing Strength of a Raging Fire to take out Ursula, since Gabe has 4 characters on the board. So essentially wiping the board on Bro Hamilton's side.
Not bad.
How the tables have turned. What will Bro Hamilton do? Looks like he has 3 Let the Storm Rage on in his hand. Probably not the best. But he does have 7 ink, so he does have a couple of different options. He does have a Cinderella. It looks like he has a 2-drop Ursula and a... I can't tell if that's a Doc or if that... I mean, not a Doc. A Donald or a Piglet. I don't even know if he plays Piglet, to be completely honest. So... I'm going to say it's one or the other.
That's definitely a possibility.
Or neither.
Yeah.
Those are my guesses.
It's the library.
I don't think it's that. I can with 100% percent guarantee that Ken is not going to play library.
I guarantee you that it is not the library and it is not Sardine Can.
It is not Sardine Can. Alright.
So we are going to Storm Rage onto Gantu.
So 2 damage on Gantu. I think we're going to do it again. 2 more damage. Yep. So we draw cards from that, and then we're going to play an Ursula and pass it over to Gabe, who is 1 lore on the board, but does have a Doc, Genie, and a Crab, which can generate 4 lore, which is what he's going to do to go to 5. Three, 2 Fox the Doc. Two to play a Smee.
Another 2 for Calhoun.
Diablo.
And 1 for Diablo. My goodness.
So now we have 6 characters on the board.
Yes.
2 Bro Hamiltons. 1.
Yeah.
Looks like we are going to ink a Lilo. This is a rough spot.
Yeah, it's not great.
Looks like we're going to run into Crab for 3.
And then Rapunzel.
We're going to Rapunzel that, draw 3. So we definitely don't want to Whole New World Gabe into a whole new hand, because obviously, as we saw, he's just going to dump his hand out. Because he knows there's no B prep on the other side.
There's nothing to be worried about.
Yeah. Inserting 4 for Zeus to take out that Genie, and then 1 to play a Cinderella, 1-drop Cinderella. Passing it over to Gabe. Looks like 9 to 5 is the lore count, if I'm reading that right.
I believe so.
Looks like we're going to use the Fire the Cannons on little Cindy to take her out. We're going to play another 1-drop Diablo.
Which he might have had the big Cindy. He might not. I mean, you see that across the side. You've got that Fire the Cannons. You got to get rid of her.
Oh, for sure. I think it's an auto, auto use. for sure. We did play a dock to discard our empty hand to draw 2. So we're playing 2 for the Smee.
Looks like we're going to run that fox into Ursula. And then a quest with the rest. On up to 10. All those characters and not a captain for Mr. Smee.
There is no captain on Gabe's side, so Mr. Smee does take a damage at the end of Gabe's turn. But he does have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Yeah,
10.
I think he's fine
He has 10.
without him.
Now he has 9 because Rapunzel just ran into the little Diablo.
Yes.
Got the Smee, the Lilo. Deciding what we're going to play. We are going to play Pluto
so
in bodyguard mode.
Yes.
I think. Ink the Pete and passing it over back to Gabe. So I'm assuming that if he does have a goat or a white rose that he would win at this point since he does have 9 on board. And the white rose
there's
in
that
his
white
hand.
rose.
To make it 20, game 1 goes to Gabe. Good job, Gabe. Game 1.
Well done.
Steal on
Taking the
steal.
time to make sure his cards are faced.
Yes.
Much appreciated.
Yes. It always sucks when you get a random card upside down.
Yes.
Feels it almost feels icky. Like, what are you doing, card?
I wouldn't even say almost. I'd say just does. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say almost. You know. So looks like Ken will be on the play. Gabe will be on the draw. Once again, I believe Ken was on the play this game 1. So
Yes, I believe that's correct.
it is unfortunate that he was not able to take that game. But it is fortunate for Gabe since
Yes.
he is able to win on the draw. That is always good, especially against Steel Song, which can be a difficult matchup.
So typically, Amethyst Steel, is this a good matchup for it into Steel Song, or
To be completely,
or just that like sample size too small?
like, I think obviously if depending on what version of Steel Song you're playing against,
Fair enough.
also depends on how the deck is going to perform, and also depends on the type of Amethyst Steel deck you have as well, because there are a wide variety of Amethyst Steel decks as well.
Right.
But I think for the most part, I would say that Steel Song has the upper hand because they're able to sing songs turns before you have ink for those.
Right. That makes sense.
But with Steel Song not playing as many, like Grab Your Swords, because they are uninkable, and they're trying to keep their uninkable count lower.
Yes.
It does give the chance for other decks to kind of give it a run for its money if it doesn't do what it's supposed to as quickly.
Roehampton feeling confident, I guess.
Keeping his whole 7? No,
He sent back 1.
he sent back 1. Okay, I was gonna say he's shuffling, so I had to have.
Yeah.
And like I said, these two guys, they. Gabe is also part of the Sunflower Illumineers, the newest member of the Sunflower Illumineers. Ken and Gabe do talk decks. They have, I believe they play on webcam just because we do not live in the same city. So, but I mean, they chatted up and kind of know what each other's play style is.
Yes.
So it does make it a quite interesting matchup to see
Yeah.
in IRL. Look at me being fancy, right?
Yeah.
Hip, cool.
That's right. I assume that's still how the kiddos still talk.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so Brohamington getting that Pete inked, getting that Cinderella out.
Mm-hmm.
And we're off to the races with game 2.
Yep. Gabe thinking very hard on what he wants to ink of this first turn. Looks like that's a goat
He's
in
got
his
a
hand.
goat in his hand. I think
Yep.
he should think a little harder. But
The goat always
but-
gets sacrificed,
But
which is tradition.
I guess so.
Cindy is going to play, or is going to sing Let the Storm Rage On that broom.
Is that
So he
what
gets
that
to
is?
draw a card. Yes, he
Okay.
did that very quickly, but I was able to catch it.
Okay.
It's like he's like, no,
At
your
least-
broom
at
is
least
not.
all I
getting
can see is
anything.
just a blinding light over there in the discard.
Yeah, so does ink and plays a Lilo. So yeah, just trying to keep as many of Gabe's characters off the board. A second goat being inked. Gabe being angry and throwing his
Gabe
Calhoun.
throwing Calhoun across the table.
He's coming after you, Cindy.
That's right.
She's coming. She's coming for you. Calhoun does have resist +1.
Mm-hmm.
So does make it interesting.
Those
Donald.
ones are a little tougher.
Yeah. And
Well,
ooh, rough.
never
Okay.
mind.
So Donald does get played, giving Lilo that +1 lore for the turn. And then Cindy was singing Strength of a Raging Fire at Calhoun, taking care of her to where she cannot challenge because she is banished.
Yes. Yes, because even with that resist 1, since he had got that third character out there,
Yes.
that's enough.
So Gabe's still with 0 characters on his board that have survived
Yeah.
past each turn. Deciding how he wants to combat a board of Cinderella, Lilo, and Donald Duck.
Let's say Brohamington just coming with a vengeance this
Yes.
game 2.
It's like, this one's mine. I'm staying in this.
That's right.
I'm not getting too out. At least that's the thought. I'm assuming. I can't read minds, so
No?
I do not know. No.
Oh, okay.
That I know there's a movie that someone could read minds in, but I do not remember. And Jean Grey from X-Men
Right.
can
Right.
read minds.
Yeah. You're not Jean Grey?
I am not Jean Grey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
My bad.
yeah, not part of the X-Men. I
Right.
am part of the Sunflower Illumineers. Though.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Essentially the same.
Yeah.
Also a team of differently abled individuals.
Yes. Gabe playing Smee. Going back to Brohamington, he's going to play that Cinderella, getting the Zeus.
Found that along came Zeus. There we go.
Not able to play it this turn, so that Smee might survive.
Smee might get to live.
Yeah, this might be the first character that survives past this turn. Let's see what Cinderella
What's he doing?
does.
What's he doing?
2 damage on Smee with Let the Storm Rage On, drawing a card. We do see a whole new world. He's going to ink the Ursula, and looks like we're going to quest and pass it back over to Gabe. So Smee did survive a turn.
There we go.
So yay for you, Mr. Smee.
Although
Taking that third goat
that's-
on Gabe's side, we are going to play a Pete, and it looks like Mr.
Yeah.
Smee's going to run into that bodyguard Donald Duck. So no whole new world this next turn because no songs.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pete just like
That's Man, that Pete.
There's a flag on the play.
Yes.
Looks like Lilo is going to quest for 2, going to 8. Playing a Robin Hood, questing with the other 2, Ariel and Cindy. Passing it back over to Gabe. So the score as of right now is 10-0. But Gabe is trying to make a comeback over here. Does play the genie, inks a fox, uses Pete to run into Ariel. And Gabe passes back over to Bro Hamilton.
What do you think? Do you think he has that big Robin Hood
I
to shift
don't
out?
think so.
Uh-oh.
I think he has to hard cast Whole New World if he's going to do it. Or he's going to Zeus that genie. I think he has Zeus in Whole New World.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Zeus. He can run into Pete.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
But we're just going to keep putting the
Quest with
pressure
everybody.
going up to 14.
Keep it going.
Yeah. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Right.
Or something like that. I don't know if that's the correct
I
one
think-
for this one.
I think that's what I've heard.
Looks like he has Elsa, Fist Spirit. Gabe does in his hand. Looks like he's exerting 5 to possibly play it. He does have a genie in his hand as well as 2 other cards. It looks like that might be Doc, possibly. So this is round 5. We'll have one more round after this of Swiss. Elsa does come down. We'll get to see what Elsa is going to do. Once again, we are at the Geekery for this Disney Lorcana tournament. They have been gracious enough to let us use their space in order to do all of our shenanigans over here. So it has been great. It looks like Pete went into Robin Hood 1-drop and Elsa went into the Little Cindy. Looks like we're going to play the Rapunzel. Quest with Lilo go to 16. So just
pass it on over.
continuously putting pressure on the board. Gabe using 4 to play a genie. Inking the snake. Playing Calhoun. Also will run into Lilo. Passing the turn. I think he's going to ink and play Whole New World at this point.
I would say at this point you might as well.
Yep.
You've been
Yep.
holding on to it for so long. You're clearly not finding whatever else you were looking for.
For sure. And
You
at this
know.
point, he's going to possibly quest, go to 18. I mean, he may wait till next turn and then drop another character.
Right. So
Word.
we might be singing.
Oh. So he does have Zeus. That's a tough, an interesting spot for him. Playing that 1-drop.
Robin Hood back out there.
Yep. Questing, or is he going to do something? I suggest just questing. Yes. Quest. I think he had a Donald Duck in his hand too. So if the Robin Hood survives. When Donald comes in, he can give Robin Hood a +1 lore. And then Robin Hood would quest
That would
for
do
2.
it.
Yes. So Calhoun is going to... So Elsa and Calhoun will run into Rapunzel. Calhoun will do the finishing blow. And giving the 2 lore to him, to Gabe. Questing with Genie. Plays a bell to remove the damage from Calhoun, placing it on little Robin Hood, banishing him. And now playing 2 brooms. So Gabe trying to flood the board, doing a very good job of it. And then Ken coming back playing 2 Smees and a Robin Hood.
Robin Hood.
So now must get rid of everything.
Yes.
And everything's ready. So I think we're going to see a game 3.
I think that's what's about to happen. Because it will be going to game 3.
Obviously, very possibility for him to have grab your sword. So Gabe does have, looks like 7 ink. He is going to use 2 of it after he quested with Elsa to bounce the Elsa with the snake. He's going to banish the 2 brooms to draw 2. He does draw 2 white roses, it looks like, and he is scooping up his game 3. What a match. All right, guys. So upcoming things that are coming around the corner. So obviously this 1K happening here at the Geekery. Soon after that, the LCQs, the American LCQs or the NA LCQs are happening January 9th, if I'm not mistaken. And then for those 32 people that do qualify in those LCQs, 5-round single elimination pods, then we're going to go into the Continentals. Myself and Bro Hamilton will be there, so hit us up, say hi. Would love to say hello to everybody. We'll definitely have stickers with us of our little sunflower for those of you who collect those things. So yeah, pretty exciting stuff. And then shortly after that, set champs are going to be after that, starting right after the LCQ weekend. So we're pretty excited. The Scar mat looks pretty amazing. So I'm hoping to get myself one of those.
I may have to try and up my game.
For sure, man.
Champs.
For sure. I think it's such a cool mat. So definitely going to be trying my best to get one of those. And of course, Jesse, you are always more than welcome to collaborate with us. Upgrade your deck if you so choose to.
Well,
I have a couple cards extra that.
Let's say. I think my deck may need a little bit of upgrading. Mostly the upgrades needed are me.
No. Hey, we can playtest as much as you want.
Now we're talking.
I know you're the more casual player of the group, but we can spend hours and hours.
Right. There we go.
It really just depends on how much time you want to put forth.
Yes. Very much so.
It looks like Bro Hamilton is throwing away 4 cards, looking for something. Hopefully he found it, but we'll see. He is going to be on the draw. And then Gabe also putting 3 cards back from what it looks like. So hopefully he got what he needs when he will be on the play.
Yeah.
We are 1-1. Let's give Bro Hamilton his little Sunflower by his name. Unfortunately, his name
There
is
we
so
go.
big that I feel like it's taken over the whole
Bro,
entire...
Hammy Sunflower.
Gosh. This guy.
What's with this guy, huh?
I know.
What
Who
a
let-
character.
We'll let this guy in here.
Yeah.
A little bit smaller. Let's see. There we go. Oh, his name is not so huge, I feel like.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah. Alright, so Gabe inking and playing the Chernobog's Followers. It's a very typical amethyst steel.
Yes. It's very typical, almost any color combination with the amethyst.
Yes.
You're seeing that guy come out turn one.
Mm-hmm.
Brohamington with that Daisy Duck.
Yes. He inked
Which-
the one-drop
another-
Cinderella.
Another great card.
Yeah.
You see a lot lately.
I agree. Looks like Gabe's gonna quest with that Chernobog's Followers
You did find
and
to fire the cannons off. of
yes, banish him. So let's see what he does now. Looks like he might ink the Pete. Or he might ink something else. He could ink the Pete, play the little...
He does have look like a Diablo there in his hand.
Yep, one drop
That he could play.
Diablo. Looks like he's probably going to ink the crab. He does have a second crab in his hand as well. If I'm seeing the cards correctly. Yep, double Diablo.
Ooh.
Okay. Over to Brohamington. We'll see what he does now. Inking the Robin Hood, playing an Ursula. I think he's going to decide whether he is going to quest or not quest.
You certainly can quest. I mean, I guess the question is, do you think Gabe's willing to put two Diablos into Daisy?
If he has a crab in his hand, then yes.
Oh, fair enough. Because it is...
He has a
or
crab
is it-
and the fire the cannons.
Oh, I guess
Diablo
so.
is a zero.
Oh, it's a 0/1.
Yeah.
Never mind.
And he does draw once it's banished. So,
That's fair.
yes.
That's not nearly as bad then as what I was thinking.
Looks like we are playing the Pete.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see what we're going to do here. Are you going to quest? Yep, we're going to quest with one of them, it appears. Passing it back over to Brohamington. Inking the Lilo, playing the Smee, Mr. Smee, to be correct. No actions this turn, so the Ursula won't be able to sing anything in Brohamington's hand, which he does have different things. I think he has a Zeus in hand. I think he's contemplating whether he wants to quest with Daisy this turn.
Mm-hmm.
He can feel death coming for her.
That's right.
The banishment surrounds
Banishment.
her. He is going to
Glimmers
quest.
don't die.
Glimmers do not die. You're correct. So,
Oh,
quest-
excuse me.
Yeah, you're good. Questing for 2, going to 4. Gabe does reveal a genie, which is a
Ooh.
great card. And Gabe does look like he has another Pete in hand.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're going to ink that Mr. Smee.
Yes. Ink the Smee. This might become a Pete Lock thing. So he's contemplating either playing the Genie. We are playing the Genie, drawing a card.
Yep. And we're going to have Pete saying Strength.
Taking out.
And take out that Ursula.
Yep. Quest for 2 with the Diablos and passing it back.
Alrighty, and Brohamington looks like he's going to ink a Pete. Go ahead and just Zeus that Genie.
Yep. Quest for 4, go to 8, reveal the top card. It's a Calhoun. Daisy has given Gabe 3 cards. And
how many non-characters do you think Gabe's running?
not enough to
Seems
where...
like not a lot.
Yeah.
He's got cannons. I would assume you're running in with the steel. I would assume you've got some friends in there.
I think so.
But
yeah, I think he
I don't remember if he had them or not.
I think he revealed the friends because I think that was one of the ones that possibly got put to the bottom.
Okay.
Possibly. So we are going to ink a Pete on Gabe's side, playing double
Calhoun.
Double Calhoun.
And then just going to fire the cannons at Mr. Smee.
Yeah, so we are just wiping the board on Brohamington's side over here. Questing for 3 with the Diablo, the 2 Diablos and the Pete.
No reason to attack Daisy Duck because I mean, sure, she quests for 2, but you seem to be getting a free character from her every time.
Yep. It looks like Daisy is going to run into Pete. And then we're going to do 3 to draw a card and get rid of the Pete.
Okay.
Alright. And then
one
for a Robin Hood. Then Gabe is going to use the Calhoun to take out Daisy, gain 2 lore. Gabe is contemplating on what he wants to do. He does have Strength of a Raging Fire in his hand, which he can use to take out that Robin Hood to make sure nothing gets shifted into play. And then quest out with the rest of his 2 Diablos and other Calhoun for 3, going to 12.
So we're back with Brohamington. Looks like he's kind of weighing everything out here.
Yes.
Taking a moment of, okay, where do we go now?
Yeah, and this is kind of a rough spot for him. No characters on board.
Having to hard cast or hard play that Robin Hood. That's
rough.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah. So, especially with Gabe having 4 lore on board, which would take him up to 16 if he quests with all of his characters. Pete to stop the whole new world from happening. I think this is
Chernobog's followers
pretty
out there.
sure this is game. Not really much Brohamington can do at this point. Yep, 2 whole new worlds and a Robin Hood. Rough. How rough. So Gabe does take it to 1, and he will go into round 6 as a 4-1. which will be fantastic. I think he'll be able to draw into top cut, but
More than likely.
but always gotta make sure,
Yeah.
check the standings and stuff like that. So good job to both of them. That's
Yes.
fantastic.
Well done. Well played, both
Yes.
of you.
Fantastic. We'll see if we can grab Gabe to come give us a quick interview. So we'll be right back with you guys. All right, guys. So here we have Gabe, the winner of this round 5 matchup. How did it feel going into this round?
I was scared. I hadn't played that matchup before. I've between rounds, I've been like feverishly like messaging people, asking like, because this is the first tournament I've played with this color combination. Haven't played much with it, so just figuring out like what the different lines are. I decided to play the dock instead of the rabbit. Like there's a debate whether you play 3 docks or 3 rabbits as your secondary draw, other than Genie.
How does that felt for you?
It's hard to get used to. Like there's a lot of like chaining docks and peats with bounces that are a lot different than what I'm used to, like chaining rabbits. Like it's a little bit different because you can't, play the dock and then bounce it back because you have to discard your hand, so you have to like hope you draw into the bounce later. It's a little different.
So it's kind of hoping more than strategizing completely.
Yeah.
So maybe too much to chance for your liking.
No, I'm liking it. It's just a slightly different thought process to
Okay.
it.
Right. What's the Amethyst Steels? You said that you haven't really played it much before. Is Steel Song, and obviously this is a different variation than the normal Steel Song, but do you feel that Amethyst Steel is favored into this or not?
It felt very even. Like if I don't see a Pete, I think I just lose. But both games I won, I saw like every single Pete in the world, and I just made them.
We did see that. Yeah, we're like, ooh, no actions again. Yes.
So yeah, like stalling their songs until I can play an Elsa and start killing things, banishing things.
Yes, for sure. Yes, banishing the board. Yeah, we saw definitely. I don't think you played Grab Your Sword, or at least we didn't see any. So I mean, the Elsa is definitely a way
Elsa and Belle,
yeah, just to wipe the board, which you were able to do quite a few times. So great job. What's the round 5 or round 6 coming up? I don't know if you can draw into top 8 or if you're gonna play your matchups, but beyond that, what do you not want to see and what do you want to see?
I don't know. I thought I would be at least 50-50 or even favored into Ruby Amethyst, but round 3 I got completely crushed 2-0 by Ruby Amethyst, so I don't really want to see that.
Yeah, I don't think Amethyst Steel is favored into Ruby Amethyst.
I think yeah.
You have to, I think, find the Peats in order to stop
Pete's
there.
at the right time.
Yeah.
Right? You want like roses early on and then Pete's around prep time.
Just bouncing Peats to lock them out to where they don't play B preps or if they have B kings or brawls late games.
I think the worst matchup would be Blue Steel. I can't imagine what matchup would be worse. Like I feel like I just lose to 1 Cogsworth because like a lot of like there's no board wipes and Cogsworth is a singer, like Tink Sword's dead.
Yeah, that's true. Double cog pretty much lockout for you. At that point, you're just like, okay, we're questing until we get there. Makes sense. Well, good luck. I'm sure we'll see you in Top Cut. Hopefully we'll see you in the final tables. But
so much,
yeah, good to see you, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, round 6. This is the final Swiss round of this tournament before Top Cut is determined. Looks like we have Cruz and Nick. Cruz starting off with inking and playing that Daisy. Nick inking the Diablo, playing that Chernobog. And we have seen both of these guys play this tournament, so it is good to see them trying to make this win and in, I believe. And loser, you know,
You can go have a crepe.
yeah, for sure. They also, if they draw, I don't think either one of them would make top cut as well. So
Okay.
this is very much a for all the marbles
Yeah.
type of thing.
Well, thankfully, I mean, we have seen both players before, as you'd said. I mean, both exceptionally strong players. Both of them running real good decks. I mean, really. I mean, we're talking. It's the classic. We've got Steel Song and Ruby Amethyst. And this is Nick's. Yeah, it's his variation with that Queen of Hearts and other cards. Real fun stuff. Looks like Cruz went ahead. He played that aerial. He's looking for a song. I do see. Looks like there's a Long King Zeus in there that he was getting,
It looks like
and a Strength of a Raging Fire.
looks like
So
he's going
that's
to
what
take that
gonna keep.
strength. Yes. And it looks like that, I don't know if you already mentioned that Daisy being knocked out by Chernobog.
Oh, wow.
And the Queen of Hearts being
I had
played.
not mentioned it.
Yeah.
I missed that. I was say let's.
So, and then we're going to quest with the Mr. Smee, going up to 4, and passing it back over to Nick.
An Ariel is not a captain. I know that much.
Ariel is not a captain. That is correct. It looks like Nick is
we're-
gonna just throw the queen into the Smee.
Yeah. Okay, there's that Peter Pan. That's the Shadow Finder, I believe.
Yeah, I think the
Or is that the
2/3 with rush and evasive.
Let's say I think that was one of the ones that Nick was talking with us earlier. That's one of the ones that he definitely a variation
Yes.
from the normal Ruby Amethyst
Yeah,
list. You
I
see,
think is his tech into other decks that kind of surprise people. I believe that gives your evasive characters rush as well.
okay.
If I'm not
I
mistaken.
couldn't remember which one it is.
Yes.
Let's see.
Let me
By the way, it
double-
looks like Cruz was not surprised. He went ahead and just a Long King Zeus'd it, and then he got that Rapunzel out there. Looks like he's finishing out his turn debating inking a card, I think.
And just to confirm, it is the Shadow Finder. You are correct.
Okay.
And yeah, it does have evasive and rush. And your other characters with evasive gain rush.
Okay.
Nick inking that crab, playing a genie, drawing a card, and passing it back over to Cruz.
Who just found the Night Cinderella.
Looks like he has a... Is that a Strength of a Raging Fire?
Let's see, he's
And
got
a Whole New
Strength.
World?
That sounds right, probably.
We're going to ink that Cinderella. Do 2 damage, singing, Strength of Raging Fire,
And then go
And
ahead
then-
and say Whole New World.
and then, all right,
Wow.
getting rid of quite a few cards.
Big
Another
loss
Peter
there.
Pan, Genie,
Peter Pan.
Bog,
So he's
and,
got that Hades.
and Friends. It looks like, or is that a Hades? I'm not.
He had a Hades in his hand. I know I saw that.
Okay. So that's a
And
that,
then this here, is that an item? Lydia?
I have no idea.
So if I remember correctly, the border like that means an item, but I could be wrong.
Then it looks like he does play another hardcast, another Strength of a Raging Fire to get rid of that genie completely, and then using one more for the Cinderella 1-drop.
Okay.
So Cruz definitely in control of this matchup as of right now. Did pick up his ink, formed his opponent, and is now just going to pick up his card so he does not do that again. Looks like we're going to ink a Friends.
Yeah, that would have been an item. So I think it looked like it was inkable if I'm looking at this right, is that the pocket watch?
That's a question we can definitely ask Nick.
Let's say we'll definitely look into that because that is not a card I'm used to seeing. You know,
We
talking
know
about
it's-
his variations.
Yeah, we know it's not a sardine can.
Listen,
I'm just kidding.
one of these days, somebody is going to be playing a sardine can, and then the world will know Jester Dujour was right.
Jesse does enjoy the sardine can card and would love for it to be played at some point on stream.
That's right.
So, just for those out there. Looks like Cruz pays 3 for Ariel and whiffs no songs.
Never feels good.
That does not feel good, I am sure. We are going to play the Gaston
Yeah.
and then Quest for 2 with the other Ariel and Cinderella.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have 3 5-singer cards on the board for Cruz, which is almost slightly a little ridiculous, because
Yeah.
he can sing 15 worth of ink with his 3 cards.
Right.
But it looks like Nick is going to play a Medusa to get rid of one of those Ariels.
So now he can only do it twice.
No, you can only do it twice. That is correct. We are entering round 7, round 7.
Hmm?
Not round 7.
Turn 7?
Turn 7. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yep.
Long day.
Hey, it's been a long day.
I'm like, that doesn't sound right.
No.
So possibly a Pete being played out so that we don't see a B prep come next turn, but who
Let's
knows?
see.
We'll see what Cruz does. Quests. Unquests. No quests. Cruz is really thinking about this next. We're going to ink. Play a
Alright,
Pete.
there's that Pete. So no actions next turn.
No actions. We are
And
going
then
to
bring
play
up the
Pluto.
bodyguard.
Yes.
There,
Quest
now we're
for
talking.
3. Go to 9. There we are.
That's a pretty solid board state there.
That is a very
Really?
solid board state. And it cannot be wiped by an action
Yeah.
for this turn.
So inking that goat.
Ooh.
Okay. Now we're talking.
And he effectively takes out the rest of that board.
That scar.
That scar
That
is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Scar readies after he banishes a character, so therefore he was able to take out Pluto, since it only brings back 1 damage onto him, and then the Cinderella, and finally the Gaston.
Right. Right. I believe he used Meta Medusa to challenge into Pluto first
Yes.
to bring him down.
Yes.
And then, finished off most of the board with Scar. That is, it can be a real nasty card if you're not expecting it.
Yeah.
Or if you just, don't know it exists. Not a great surprise.
Yes.
In my experience, at least.
Well, it's never good to have your entire board being wiped without
Yeah.
an action. I mean, that's why you play Pete.
Yes.
So Cruz, after being board wiped by Nick, Cruz does play a whole new world and then drops a little Cindy and an Ursula. Nick, in response,
Elsa
plays Elsa.
come right on out and take out her Cinderella.
That's right. We don't want that 7-drop Cinderella being shifted on there.
No.
Which he does.
Which he did have in his hand.
Yeah.
So,
Cruz
good play.
Yes. Saved yourself on that one.
Yes.
The lower count is 10-0 in favor of Cruz. So Nick has been doing a lot of work, but has not been questing. I'm sure as soon as he is in complete control of the board, we will see tons of characters being dropped.
Yes.
Back over to Cruz after Nick played a bug, bounced it back with Snake. So we have Madame Mim, Snake, and Elsa on Nick's board. And Cruz, as of this moment, has 2-drop Ursula and is deciding what he wants to do. Cruz does have 8 ink available, and it does look like he also has that Naveen.
Does he have a song with
He
it?
does have a Whole New World and a Let the Storm Rage On,
Okay.
a Cinderella, and I don't know what the other. Maybe that's a Pluto? I'm not quite sure.
That looks like it could be a Pluto.
So interesting turn. He is just gonna drop that 7 cost Cinderella.
It's a big beefy character.
Yes, I agree.
She can be real trouble.
Yeah. And she has resist 2, cannot be Medusa.
Yeah.
So yeah. We'll see what Nick does over here.
Of course, I mean, he's got songs, so she'll be able to start challenging readied characters, which is really unfortunate.
No one is safe
Yeah.
from Cinderella.
No.
Nick here deciding how he's going to play this out. It does look like he does have friends in his hand. Looks like he's going to start off with a Chernobog's followers.
It's 4. Are we going to see a genie? Nope, 5.
6.
Okay. Or 6 for the
Maui
Maui.
Shark. And looks like we're going to quest. Or we're going to sing. We are not going to do anything. We are.
We are. We're going to sing together.
Pirate's Life. So he gains 2, Cruz loses 2, drops to 8. Nick goes up to 3.
That's another. Wow, this is a really interesting Ruby Amethyst deck.
It is a very interesting Ruby Amethyst deck. And he went up to 3 because Pirate's Life gains 2, and Maui Shark, because he played an action, gains him another 1. Since he was at 0.
Oh, okay.
For those who are following.
Okay. Right, you get a lure for every action you play. With that, that's.
Okay, Cruz, are we going to see that Naveen? Ursula, let's see what we're going to plan on doing here. Cruz asking, I believe he's asking how many cards he has in hand, and then trying to look through Nick's discard, which is public information, so that he can kind of see what he has played and kind of determine his next play here. Looks like we are going to play the 2-drop Ursula. I'm going to do 2 damage. Draw a card. Ooh, maybe use a strength. Play Naveen uses strength to finish off that shark. There we go. Finishing off that shark. Cinderella.
So Cindy she could take out the followers.
Or the snake.
Or the snake.
She cannot take out Elsa because she is evasive.
Yes. So if she takes out the snake, she'd take 1 back. But I think maybe he'll just quest with her for 3. I think is what he's deciding.
Oh, it is going to take out the snake, taking
Fair
that
enough.
1 damage. So it does challenge the snake. We'll see what Nick does in response to this. I don't think he has a Be Prepared in his hand. Cruz is also looking through his discard, seeing what he's already played, so that he doesn't search for it. Nick does play that crab, gives Elsa the +3 challenger, and takes out that exerted Ursula. And then it looks like he uses Maui to crash into Cinderella. It's a 6/5, right?
Yep. Yeah, because Maui's 6/5. Cinderella already had 1 point of damage on her.
Okay.
Yep. So even
That's
with the
right.
resist 2.
Yep.
Nope. I was
Takes
doing the
4
math.
damage. Yep, I was also
too.
very good, very good. So Inky Gaston.
He's got the ink. Are we doing a whole new world?
I mean, you could even do it with Naveen, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Save your ink and play
Yeah.
some characters.
Use your singers.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the point of Steel Song is to sing.
You know, that's what they say.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everyone plays it differently.
Yeah. I almost guarantee you, if I built a Steel Song deck, I'd wind up not singing. But that's just because, as we've talked about, I clearly don't know how to play this game.
You do great, man. Don't sell yourself short.
So it looks like he does have. He's got Storm the Region. Or let the Storm Region. I thought I saw. And I could be wrong. It looked almost like. Does he have World's Greatest Criminal Mind?
I was also thinking that.
Okay.
But I'm not for sure.
Yeah.
It does look like he does have 2 Let the Storm Rage on and a Grab Your
And
Swords.
to grab your swords.
In there. Greatest Criminal Mind takes out a 5 or higher strength character. Is that?
Possibly. I am pulling it up more right now just to make sure. Yes, chosen character with 5 strength or more.
Okay, so nothing on the board that it would hit at this point.
Yeah. I guess you're holding on to that for like Maui, if somebody happens to run Maleficent Dragon.
Or against Red Blue, Tamatoa. Tamatoa's at 5/8. Yeah.
I forget he hits that hard.
Yes.
Because I'm used to just seeing him quest.
Yes.
You know.
He does quests for quite a bit.
Yeah. If you've got it set up.
Yes.
Which usually, if you're sitting across from Tamatoa, they've got it set up.
Yes, typically. Cruz is really thinking about his next play.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're
We're
gonna
going to see another Mr. Smee.
Smee.
Looks like he does have a Pluto there.
Another Smee, possibly. Nope.
Ooh, bare necessities.
Ooh, to see what they have.
Now we're talking.
And now he gets to see if the B prep is there.
So he's got
Obviously,
some
we're going to take the
Diablos.
Friends.
He's got Friends.
Maui.
That first card there on the top of the screen, I say you can barely see it from the light, but it looks like it was that 2-drop Queen of Hearts with Rush. And we are really studying each other's discards.
Yes, I mean this is like I said for all the marbles. So I mean
No, that's-
the public knowledge is always good to have or good to remember
Right.
on what you will or will not see anymore once certain cards are played.
Absolutely.
Looks like Ursula is going to sing "Let the Storm Rage On."
Did that Pete come out this turn, or did it come up earlier?
I believe it came out. Did it come out this turn?
I'll say I don't remember it coming out.
I'm not quite
So
sure.
I'm not sure.
To be completely honest.
Okay.
I think it came out the turn before.
And he's got another Bare Necessities in his hand.
There's nothing else to take though. So something
Right.
that either wait till the next turn if he doesn't be prep. Because if he does,
I think he's debating on inking. Or he's passed now.
yep,
So
it
we're
does look
back
like
over
he's
with
passed.
Nick.
So Nick does have an Elsa 5th Spirit with 4 damage, 8 Chernobog followers, a crab, and he just now played the rabbit, so he could draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
Does still have 5 ink available, and is still able to ink for turn. Looks like Elsa's going to quest for 1.
And we've got to fox her back.
We're gonna fox her back. Nick doing some mental math in his head on what he needs to do. We're going to ink one of those Diablos. So we have 2 ink available now.
Mm-hmm. We're just going to drop another Diablo and another Chernobog's followers.
Yep. We do know he still has that Queen, Shark, and Elsa in his hand. I can't remember if there was anything else. Looks like Crab is taking out Naveen, giving the strength to the Fox to take out the Ursula.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's deciding whether he wants to quest with that Chernobog's followers, which he does not. He passes over to Cruz. Intense game 1 so far.
Yes.
Looks like Cruz is counting his ink. He has 9 total available. Grab your swords to get rid of those Chernobogs.
And the
That
fox.
And Diablo. So Nick gets to draw 1 off that Diablo since it was banished. So essentially a board wipe for Nick. He does still have a rabbit in play until now,
Well,
when
he did.
he played Pete singing "Let the Storm Rage On," doing 2 damage, questing for 4, going to 12. And bodyguard Pluto in case his rush people want to come out.
Yes.
All right. All right, let's see what Nick does here. Does not appear he has drawn into a B prep to clear this board completely.
Right.
But he does have 9 ink available to him as well. Traditional Steel Song does have a favorable matchup, or has in the past. I mean, 51-49, I think.
Sure.
Into Ruby Amethyst. Obviously, Nick's Ruby Amethyst is a
It's a little different.
yeah, has those flex cards being used
Mm-hmm.
to not the complete stock Ruby Amethyst
Right.
build.
So we are seeing, looks like that genie come out. So he does get to draw another card off that. And that still leaves him with another 5 ink. And he has not inked this turn yet, correct?
That is correct. He
Okay.
does not. He did start with 9 ink, so he is still able to ink once more. He can ink, and then we do know he has the shark, Maui shark in his hand.
He's still got that Elsa 5th Spirit, I believe.
Also Fifth Spirit, and the Queen. So, looks like we did ink a Diablo and play the Maui Shark. So that lets us, next turn, if he runs into something, bring back any action.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that if he wants to, he can bring back, Be Prepared, which you will not have a chance to because Cruz use Criminal Mind on the Maui Shark.
Yep.
It looks like
There
Nick
it is.
scooped up. We are
So there we
going
go. That's
to
game 1.
Game 2. That game 1 was.
That was. I think that was our longest game so far today.
Definitely the longest game 1. I think. Yeah, very much back and forth. Two very skilled players, obviously, trying to make sure that they understand what each card. And the implications of playing that card.
Making sure to take your time, making sure that they are doing what they believe is the correct move.
Yes.
And not just immediately, well, I do this, now I do this.
Yeah.
You know?
Sometimes it's easy to get into that train of, okay, I want to do this turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Being able to be flexible, being like, okay, my game plan just totally shifted because they played that card.
Right.
So it was good games. Good game 1. So Nick will be on the play in this second game.
So it looks like Cruz. We're looking at a Storm. We're looking at I think
Pluto,
that's Pluto. He's got a Bare Necessities in there.
a Rapunzel,
Mr. Smee.
another Let the Storm Rage On. So keeping Smee, putting back 5.
He's going to Rapunzel, Cindy, Pete, Zeus, and another Pete.
Okay,
Not a bad starting hand.
not too bad. Definitely want Pete's in your hand against Ruby Amethyst to,
Yeah, get that vape out of here.
yeah.
Yeah. There's impressionable children watching.
Oh, looks like they're playing handsies with their deck. All right, Pirate's Life and
Pirate's Life getting Diablo out there.
Woo.
Game 2, let's go.
Ooh, that
Looks like he
Naveen.
just found that Naveen.
Look at that. We know what turn 4 is being played.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, inking that Pete, playing that Cindy.
Okay.
Bold move, Cotton.
Yes.
Crab into the Rush Queen.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to quest with that Diablo. Turning it back over to Cruz.
Looks like we just found that Ariel, so he maybe did some song searching here next turn.
Inking that Rapunzel, playing that Smee. We are going to have
Storm
Cindy.
Rage on.
Yeah, on that
Right
Queen,
into
which
that
is
Queen.
a threat.
Yes. I was say, yeah, no, that's I was about to say. Now, obviously, you send the Diablo right into Cinderella, right?
Obviously. He did draw in from it, and then he was able to play the Brawl
Yes.
to take out that Cinderella. So clearly, that was the good move. Now, what to do?
Now, what are we doing here? Still 3 or 4.
Looks like we might be inking Gaston. Does he have an aerial in his hand?
I believe he does, or at least he did.
So inking Gaston.
I think last turn he had found that aerial.
Yep, playing the aerial so that we can get a song.
There's a song at least.
Playing a whole new world, or getting a whole new world from that aerial.
Yep.
Question for 2. Passing it back over to Nick. Let's see what Nick does.
There we go. Let's ink a shark, play the genie, draw his card, and pass.
Very quick and easy.
Yep. Sometimes your turn doesn't take too long.
Sometimes.
You know?
That is true.
There's just a limited amount of things we can do.
What to do? This is interesting. So he could ink one of the strengths, play Naveen, and then play one of the Let the Storm Rage Ons and use the strength with Ariel. But at that point, you're also risking. Okay.
Oh.
He's just gonna do the Pete.
Looks like we're doing Pete.
He does have 3 uninkables in his hand. What is he going to do? We are going to just
We're going to say
Zeus
Zeus.
with Ariel. We're going to go ahead and quest again, I'm assuming. Yep. Going to 4 and passing the turn. Does he have a Maui in his hand? Does Nick have a Maui to take out that aerial? Because Nick knows
that'd be helpful.
A whole new world is in the hand. Looks like we're just gonna draw
that genie and draw a card. Okay, and get Chernobog's followers out there.
Okay, so building up a board state. What to do here? 4. Pluto exerted. So bodyguard. Pete is going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. There are 4 characters on the board. That genie, just as fast as it came, disappeared.
Yep.
Back to the lamp you go. And now Cruz has to decide, does he, 1, sing A Whole New World with Ariel, and 2, does he quest with Smee? Smee does have 2 damage on him at this time. He doesn't have any inkable cards in his hand, if I'm correct.
Is Naveen inkable?
Naveen is not inkable.
Okay, then no, he does not.
Yes. Oh, looks like he's just going to pass back over to Nick.
And maybe next turn that we're seeing Naveen come out and just immediately play A Whole New World.
Yes. We are out of range of a B prep, so we don't have to worry about that. But Cruz is behind on 1 ink now, since he was not able to ink last turn. So we're moving into turn 6 for Nick. Like we're 4. Be king.
Cool.
Who would you sacrifice?
Probably Pete. I don't have anything to bring him back and play him again. And Mr. Smee is also a 3/3, but he quests for 2. So might as well keep him on board.
Yeah,
If you can.
I agree. Because when you whole new world next turn, if you're able to do that, then you can get a Rapunzel and possibly heal your Smee.
You could. That'd be no, you could. Well, if you
After
whole
the
new
turn.
worlded,
Yeah, after the next turn.
right?
Yes, because you have to play Naveen. You are correct.
Oh, I guess. Well, yeah.
Then we're going to see
So I think
him.
we're going to see him ink that Mr. Smee.
I would also agree with that statement. Goodbye, Mr. Smee. Oh, was he contemplating not even playing Naveen? Yes. He's going to sing with Ariel, I think, in hopes of getting
Fair
that
enough.
Rapunzel. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No Rapunzel in
Rapunzel.
hand.
You did find. Looks like there was another Storm Rage on, a Daisy, a Cinderella at the end there. I think he saw. Did he see a
Do we have
Grab Your
a Pete?
Swords?
Do we have
He did find a Pete,
Okay, so this is, like I said, be
which
prepared.
now is the turn.
Yes. So, safe from actions next turn. Quest, or are we
I think
singing?
he's gonna sing with
Singing.
Pluto.
And drawing a card.
Sing Storm Rage on to find a Storm Rage on.
Isn't that what you want, right?
Yes.
Ooh,
Oof. And then dropping that Cinderella and Daisy into there.
yes. That's pretty nasty. And it does look like he
Yeah.
has Storm Rage on, a whole new world, strength.
Oh, did he find another whole new world?
Yeah, there's
Oh,
a,
I missed that.
yes. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. In my experience, Whole New World seems to pretty often find another whole new world.
Yeah. Sometimes, though, it finds them too closely together. I've experienced
Say,
that.
I say, that's just my experience, like watching Jafar decks
Yeah.
go burr.
Like, why do I have 2 whole new worlds in my hand? I just need one of you at a time.
Time to look through a discard again.
Yep. Seeing what has or has not been played. Nick looking at a board that is very full and his is very empty.
Yeah.
I just never
Man,
a
you
good feeling.
really wish you could play a Be Prepared this turn, huh?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That would make things much easier.
Yes. But Cruz was prepared
Mm-hmm.
for that. Be prepared. And
He was.
decided to say, "Hey, not this turn.
No, no, no.
Come again tomorrow." Belle comes
Oh.
in, removes the damage from Smee, and dumps it on little Cinderella.
Smart. That's a tricky play
That
there.
is
That's
a tricky play because it doesn't say it has to be your character that you
Right.
choose. Just chosen character to opposing chosen.
No, I mean, I don't know. I'd feel conflicted trying that play personally, because now Smee's getting to quest for another 2 turns
True.
before he dies,
That's
before
true.
he gets banished.
True. But I mean, you also have the mindset of
Oh, sorry.
Rapunzel could have come He could have a Rapunzel in his hand.
He could have Rapunzel in his hand. He could have that Knight Cinderella, and then you're stuck dealing with her. No, that's very fair.
And you can't play action, so you can't take the Cinderella out.
True.
Any other way.
True.
Looks like we're gonna quest for 2. We does get a Maui shark.
Shark to the hand.
We do know that he does have that whole new world, so it is very possible that he quests with everything. Oh, we're just gonna play grab your sword, do 2 damage to everything, take out those Chernobyls, do 2 more damage to it by
Find another bare
Pete
necessities.
singing Let the Storm Rage On. Bare necessities to see what we have. That is the Hades that you were talking about. We have a fox, a snake, a rabbit. Nick's still in this game, just looking a little bit rough.
Yes.
No Pete was played, so if he did draw, be prepared. It is very possible to play. It does look like he played the Bell to remove the damage from Smee into the Pluto. Pluto now just hits for 1, and Fox can take it out. And then that ends his turn. So Cruz being able to quest for 2 more gives Nick a fox on Daisy's trigger.
At least you're getting your 2 lore, but it never feels good. Just giving somebody a free character.
It's true, it's true. But I mean, Cruz has been doing a great job of
and he's
just
I'll say it has
board
not
wiping.
really been an issue for Cruz.
I'm like, yeah, I mean, this is what Steel Song does, is control your board to where it's 0. And,
Right.
you know, they stay safe while they can quest and sing. Looks like we're going to ink an aerial and then do a whole new world. And we see all those cards being placed in the discard.
Grab your swords, Pluto, Naveen, Ariel, Pluto, and an Ursula.
That means Cruz is playing 2 Naveen's Enchanteds. Look at that flex.
Wow.
Cruz.
That's good for him.
Yeah, for real. Good for you. Good for you, Cruz. And
Drop
we are
that
going to play
bodyguard
that.
out there.
Yep. Protect his guys.
That's right.
Doesn't look like we have a Pete.
Protect the hive.
But we do have a full grip of cards.
Yeah.
In case he does. Nick does decide to wipe the board. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Cruz is showing 6 lore on the field, which is not enough to win. Oh, but he also counted.
I think he just did the math too.
Decides to play the Ursula.
Alright, here comes Nick with the be prepared.
Yeah, if he doesn't get it, he's gonna be like, I almost guarantee the first thing he's gonna do is like start flipping cards.
Yeah.
Okay. Medusa takes out that Smee.
Okay.
So there goes 2 lore. Got 6 there. Got 2 ink left open. We can still ink for turn, which is what we're going to do. Ink a Diablo. We're going to snake that Medusa back. Nope. We're just going to brawl the Daisy. So taking out
That's
both
4
of
down.
the 2 questers.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
Well, he found the Knight Cinderella.
He did
But he
indeed.
does not have his 1 drop out to Shifter.
No, he does not. Ariel got all songs, basically.
Wow.
What song does he want?
Yeah.
Could take the Zeus to get rid of that.
Tell
Yep.
you what, this time, why don't you just search through the deck and find whatever card you want? Chris.
So he uses the Ursula to sing Zeus to get rid of that Medusa. We're gonna quest for 3, go to 16. Passing the turn.
Okay.
All right. Cruz is presenting enough characters on the board to win this next turn.
Yes.
Nick has his job cut out for him.
So Nick looks like he's going to ink Chernobog's followers, going to play that goat. And then
Play the goat.
play a pirate's life.
Okay.
But I don't think that will be enough.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is enough.
It's enough.
To live another day.
It's enough to go a turn.
Hey, sometimes you get stuck at 19, and Amber still does not have goat. Did you know that?
That's true.
Yeah.
They also don't have the white rose.
They do not have the white rose. It looks like we are going to quest out. Ink. I think at this point you don't do anything, right?
Might as well play another character.
Oh, okay. Win more.
Exactly. It's not about winning. It's about sending a message.
And there we go.
And there we are.
The handshake up, and here we are. There's the be prepared.
2 down.
2 down.
Ugh.
That is rough. Nick, you did a fantastic job. Cruz just taking it. That win in order to possibly make top cut. So we'll bring Cruz back in here.
Yeah.
To see how he's feeling after that matchup.
And we're back again with Cruz.
We are back. We're
Watching him, beating up Ruby Amethyst.
It doesn't happen a lot, but it happens today.
Yeah, it was a very interesting couple of games we watched. You know?
He put me on ice a lot. He made me not want to really play my hand.
Mm-hmm.
I got very lucky with a wheel in that game and him not getting B prep for about 3 turns there.
Yeah,
I was if he got B prep there, I was done. That was game
Right.
for him. But it played in my favor.
Hey.
Luck's here today. Luck's
hey,
here.
you know. So congratulations.
Thank you.
A, B. So, excuse me. So we were watching. I mean, and we had talked with Nick a little bit earlier too. It's a little bit different of a Ruby Amethyst deck.
It is. It's not a you're safe.
Yeah,
if you Pete.
how'd you enjoy some of those surprises, huh?
Scar's a card. Scar's a card. Yeah, if you don't expect it, if you don't play against it in your home, like meta, you don't really think about it.
Yeah.
But Ruby Amethyst can do more besides B prep.
Mm-hmm.
His Scar play was also just... He had it on the money, too. Somehow I pulled it off in the end. He still does Pirate's Life and stuff. He's doing more of a like Ruby and Burn type package.
Okay.
But he still does Control as well. He's kind of mixing both.
Yeah.
Doing with the Scar and then the Pirate's Life stuff.
Right.
It's very different. I don't know. I'm just kind of on cloud
It's
nine
good
right
seeing
now.
you adapt.
I'm
you
happy
know?
that Ruby Amethyst is finally under my wing.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, you
it's
got
been
it.
the boogeyman for me.
You got it.
All set.
You're 1 in 20.
1 in 20 against Ruby
There
Amethyst.
we go.
I'll take it. I'll take it. We 2-0 today.
That's awesome. Congrats, man. Hopefully, I think with that win, you make top cut.
I'm
possibly,
hoping.
We're hoping
or-
so.
I'm hoping
Yeah.
so. Fingers crossed.
So fingers crossed.
I'm
and
3-1-1 on the day. The only loss I've got was against good old Ken.
then, yeah, good old Bro Hamilton.
Bro Hamilton.
Yeah.
Sunflower versus Lorcana.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Yeah,
Matchups.
we did a little Still Song versus Still Song earlier. I have a very control-y Still Song list, but I don't have shift lines, and he has power and recursion with Lilos. I also don't run those. Against Still Song, I mean, you only have so many answers. You only have so many like songs.
Right.
So you can't waste them on Lilos, and you also can't waste your singers attacking Lilos and just accumulating damage to get Storm Raged on or sung back on.
Yeah.
It was a tough match. Ken pulled it off. He did good.
Fair enough.
Also had 3 whole new worlds in hand, and that's just something Still Song doesn't ever want to see.
Yeah.
Just
We were talking
We
about
talked
that.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. How like sometimes you end up with multiple whole new worlds. You did not in this matchup.
Fortunately.
Yeah.
But you did get one after you played a whole
did.
new world. So it was like, man, just
I had the
stringing
option-
those together is.
Train of thought for the last 2 plays was either drop Big Cindy and just say either be prep me or lose, or I could have wheeled with Ariel there again and just because I had only had 1 Pete in my discard pile. I was hoping maybe I could Pete and that would just stun lock him. He can't take everything off the board.
Are you running 4 of P?
I'm absolutely running 4 Pete.
Okay.
That is correct.
Fair enough.
There is no argument there.
Yeah.
Not in Still Song.
Yeah.
Checks I'm starting on him.
That's what we'd assumed, but
Yeah, 4 Pete's for sure.
All right. Well,
Yeah, I've got to get my deck checked.
yeah. Good luck
So-
going forward.
Oh yeah, appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Always a pleasure.
Always.
See you in top cut, man.
Hopefully.
And we'll see you.
We'll see you guys in,
In
top,
Top
cut,
Cut.
as well.
We don't have to hope. We'll be there.
Yeah, stick around. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Top 8. We have Max on the Ursula Champion mat as first seed, and we have Matthew as 8th seed on his, I don't know what,
Calvin and Hobbes.
yeah, there we go.
Of course.
Yeah, of course, who wouldn't know that?
Exactly. Every person knows Calvin and Hobbes.
Of course.
All right. Matthew, I think, have we seen him earlier?
We have seen Matthew earlier,
Okay.
yes.
But we have not seen Max.
We have not seen Max,
And
that
we
is
have
correct.
no idea what's about to unfold.
That is correct. We do not.
Fun.
But I'm sure it's going to be great.
Yeah. It always is.
Yeah.
After all, we're getting to play Lorcana. Like, that's a good day.
That is a good day. I agree. And we have seen a lot of Lorcana today.
A fair amount. Yeah.
All right. So Max will be on the play since he is first seed.
Sounds good. Looks like we're looking at an Amber Amethyst deck. Hey, the library.
Yes. So it looks like Amber Amethyst, which is usually considered a hyper aggro deck. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, and Matthew, he was playing that. He's playing that Amethyst Steel
Amethyst Steel.
deck.
Hyper aggro does not like to see steel.
No,
So
not as far as I've seen.
yeah, so questing for 2, and then we're gonna bounce that with Snake.
Yes.
Thinking that Chernobog,
Next followers get Mr. Smee out there.
Mr. Smee.
I love this turtle drawing. I don't know what it is, but this drawing on the back of Max's sleeves,
Yeah,
it's cute.
it is cute. It looks like it was
Oh my!
that.
Hey, that's that hyper aggro deck.
So double Daisy into Maleficent on turn 3.
That's a problem.
That is a problem.
That's what that is. I'm saying I don't think he didn't update the tablet, but he should be at 2 lore, right?
He is at 2 lore,
Okay.
as far as I know. Looks like we're inking friends over on Matthew's side. And really, there's not too much to do because you can't challenge into anything.
Nope.
We are going to play a
Lawrence
Lawrence
out there.
and pass it back over to Max. So the biggest thing about Hyper Aggro is you run out of cards.
Yes.
Because you dump your hand so consistently. So
Right.
obviously the minute Max starts questing, we have these 3 huge bodies on the other side that are going to start
Really
wailing
racking
away.
up some damage.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. So I think Max is trying to decide whether he is
Whether it's
going-
worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically. So what are we going to do here? I feel like this is a pivotal moment for Max.
This is. I say, especially with something like a Hyper Aggro deck, most decks, you have a lot of leeway. You know what I mean? Like Ruby Sapphire, you can come back later on. Ruby Amethyst, you can come back later on. Something like Hyper Aggro, if you're not set up the way you should be, pretty much from the gate, you're going to be in trouble.
Yes.
Because they don't, at least from what I've seen, they typically don't have later game answers for those bigger cards.
I would agree with that. Looks like we are going to sing Let the Storm Rage On with Lawrence to take care of that piglet. We definitely don't want that piglet questing for 3. And then we're going to ink a Diablo over there on Matthew's side. Matthew's deciding what he wants to do, if he wants to run anything into that snake. Looks like he is going to take that Captain Hook and take care of that snake this turn. And then play a Smee.
And the Chernobog's followers.
As Chernobog's followers. So Smee, Chernobog, Lawrence. We're going to quest for
He's
2
gonna
with
quest
Mr.
for 2.
Smee. On the board for Matthew.
Yes.
Alright, back over to Max. Still has Double Daisy, Maleficent all readied. Deciding what he wants to ink, what he wants to play.
So he's got the White Rose. Is that either Chip or Dale?
I think it's Donald,
Oh, that makes much more
the
sense.
bodyguard.
All I could see was brown. I was just taking a guess.
It's true. Donald is wearing a brown costume, I think.
Sure.
Pirate thing. So Donald comes in exerted bodyguard form, gives that Maleficent an extra lore. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7
Oof.
goes to 10.
Giving Matthew 2 characters off of those Daisy Ducks. Looks like he found. I missed what the first one was, but the second one was definitely that Jafar,
That 7-drop Jafar, which we're going
which
to
we're going to
ink.
ink.
And now we have to decide how we want to approach this. Bodyguard means we have to go through Donald Duck first, and Max does have 2 cards in hand.
Yes.
I'm going to do 5 for grab your swords just to start at least taking Maleficent out and putting 2 damage on everything else. Looks like we might use one of those Smees.
Okay.
And it looks like
Okay.
he missequenced that,
Right.
but does do what he was going to do,
Yeah.
which is clear the board. You would have to target the bodyguard before you could run into the other things.
Yes.
Smee has 2 damage since there is no captain on the field. You have Dolores.
Ooh.
If there's exerted character, draw a card, and it quests for 2. All right. Throwing it back to Matthew. Let's see what we got here. The lore is 10-3, favoring Max. Max does have 2 cards in hand, it looks like. So we're going to quest
up to 6. He's debating whether or not it's worth it with Mr. Smee, or if he's got something else going on. We are going to see, looks like another Lawrence come out. We're going to ink that Diablo for a Tinkerbell. Okay.
And then
And she is evasive, I believe.
Yes, she's a
quests for
1/3
2?
evasive and quest for 2.
Nice.
Yeah, so a lot of 2 questers
Yeah.
on Matthew's side of the board. So lots of pressure.
So definitely able to catch up.
Yes.
Let's say.
And Matthew isn't too far behind. He does have
Right.
6 lore after questing. Max trying to decide what he wants to do here. Quest for 2, go to 12. Three for library. Moving that Dolores over to the library.
Not bad.
Not
bad.
too bad at all. That means library does have 8 willpower. As well as when a character on the library is banished, you may draw a card.
Yes. And, I mean, that passive lore at the start of each turn is not bad.
Yes, it does have 1 lore that you would gain at the beginning in your set phase. Looks like we're doing 3 hard casting. Let the storm rage on Dolores. Drawing a card. Going into the library to take it out. Questing for 1. Banishing, drawing a card.
Just questing with Lawrence.
Yes. And fire the cannons. Oh,
There it is.
that is rough. Smee is banished at the end of his turn, taking that extra damage since no captain is on the board.
Yes.
Goodbye, Mr. Smee. Doing 5 for Elsa, 5th Spirit.
Right into Lawrence.
Taking that Lawrence out because it cannot, it has no strength.
Yeah.
It is weakened since it took some damage the previous turns.
Yes.
Looks like we're doing 4 for Genie, drawing
It is, draw
under
a card.
Matthew's side. Looks like we have a whole new world, a Diablo, which we just played. And just questing for 4 more. Going to 13, so Matthew is now in the lead at 13 with a 7 on board.
we're
Just
just
2
gathering
for
knowledge
gathering
and
knowledge. Going back over. What is Matthew going to do?
Alright, so Max is he's at 14, he's got 3 on board.
I think Matthew just quests out,
Yeah.
right? And
2,
wins.
4, 2, 4, 6, 7, yeah. He's at it.
I don't think he sees it. takes the Elsa out. Quests.
Now he's there. Now he's got it. Okay.
Game 1 goes to Matthew.
Game 1 to Matthew.
That's rough. Hyper aggro obviously does not want to see steel. It is.
Yeah.
It's a rough spot.
We've been seeing a lot of steel today, though. I wonder if Max has just been lucky on his matchups, or
I mean, it's
or if
definitely
others have not been playing well. You know.
definitely a possibility of avoiding steel.
Right.
You know, we've had Ruby Amethyst, we've seen Ruby Sapphire.
That's true.
So I mean, like, there's a lot of different variation decks. I mean, it very well could have, you know, slipped through or beaten if they did play against a steel deck, gotten low enough that they weren't able to do much
Right.
by the time that they
Right.
got
And
their removal.
It's not like if you're playing hyper aggro, you know, if you're playing hyper aggro, you sit down across from somebody and they're playing steel. It's not like it's written. It's not like it's written in stone that you're going to lose.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, just that it might be a little bit tougher of an uphill battle there.
Yes, for sure.
So, but that was game 1 going to Matthew. So we're going to go into game 2 here. Do you happen to remember? I guess Matthew would have gone first, right?
Matthew, no. So Max
No.
went first because
Max went first because he's seed 1.
He's seed 1.
Okay.
Because he lost, he will get to go first again.
Oh.
Yes.
Must be nice.
So best of 3. The person who did not win gets to decide if they want to go first.
Right.
Yes.
So, I mean, he could decide to go second.
He could. You do have
Yeah.
the option.
Yeah. I feel like hyper aggro, you definitely, you know. Actually, could I even go third? Like, let's just delay everything as much as possible. Look through. So we know, obviously, Max and Matthew both made it to top 8. Do we know who else made it to top 8?
Yeah.
And what all they're playing?
So let's see here.
I'll say while they're shuffling and altering their hands.
Let's see here real quick. Round 7. So I know, so Max, which is who we're watching now, Bro Hamilton made it.
Bro Hamilton made it? Okay.
Gabe made it.
Oh, nice.
Cruz made it. Obviously Matthew made it. And then we have somebody called Corey made it.
Oh, Corey? Okay.
Yeah, I believe we might have seen him on
That
stream.
Emerald Ruby deck he was playing earlier?
I believe so.
No, it's the same Corey.
If it's the same
looks like
one.
we are... Okay, we're back to Max. Looks like he had Daisy Duck that first turn. Going to turn up a Tinkerbell and send it straight to Matthew's hand. Matthew turn 1. I missed what he had inked, but he did get Captain Hook out there.
Okay.
And then now we're playing that Piglet.
All right.
We're going to ink a Lawrence.
And what are we going to play, Matthew?
2 more Captain Hooks. Probably not that.
Looks like we're going to play Mr. Shmee.
Oh, well, that's probably a much better option than 2 more Captain Hooks.
We're going to do 3 damage on that Daisy. Ooh, and look, we do have a snake.
We have
Or a
snake
fox.
there. We got a Simba in there.
We got a fox, we
Looks
got a Simba, we got
Looks like he's got a goat on the back there.
a white rose, I believe.
That sounds right.
And I don't know what that amber card there is. Might be Donald.
Is that Donald?
Or it might be Donald. Yeah, the other people are Corey, there's Tony, and then a guy named Clam84. I'm not quite sure who that is.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Looks like we just quested with Daisy and sent a genie right into Matthew's hand.
Ah.
I'm going to fox that Daisy right on back.
And take out that captain.
Okay.
And Fox
Not
will only
bad.
take 1 damage. Looks like he did not quest with Piglet. Which is probably for the best because it wouldn't have gained the 3
Right.
lore.
Yeah, probably not worth turning Piglet sideways
Yes.
just yet.
I agree. Good move, Max. Good move.
Yes. Hey, Max, you might know what you're doing.
Yes, he's a good player. I have seen him in action. We have seen him in action. Did we see him in action on the stream?
We have not.
We have not. He played in the Winnabox that we played in yesterday, and he
Nice.
did very well.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Looks like we're inking Simba, and that was a Donald we were looking at.
Okay, it looks like we're playing
And
that Donald
Daisy's coming right back out.
and playing that Daisy. Piglet will quest for 4 because of that Donald.
Oh, right.
Because it gives it +1 lore for the turn.
That Donald is
Rough.
the Donald's a little bit of a beast of a card.
Yeah. Beefy.
Yeah.
Beefy-ish guy.
Yeah. He's alright for what he is.
He's alright, yeah. For being a pirate, right?
Yeah, Musketeer.
Musketeer, that's right. I always forget that. See, here you are, be my backup.
There we go. That's like my one job here. Looks like we're going to use Strength on Piglet and get rid of that card.
Yep, didn't even have to challenge it to it. Looks like we have
did get a Diablo out there.
Okay, it looks like we are going to use Lawrence to take out that Donald, putting 2 damage on Lawrence.
Which does mean now that Lawrence has no strength.
That is correct. No strength for that Lawrence, and no strength for that Diablo on the field. So it's going to become a little difficult for him to get rid of that Daisy Duck if he's wanting to do that.
Well, if he's wanting to challenge.
If he's wanting to challenge, that is correct.
He might find something else to do.
That's true. Alright, so we are going to put...
Well, that'll do that.
That will be how you do it.
That was a pretty tricky move right there. And then we're going to quest with Diablo, so Matthew is on the board. So we're just going to quest with Dolores, and then fox her right on back. Wonder if he's going to send the fox into Diablo while he's there, or... I guess not. We're just going to pass our turn. Now, we're with Matthew. Looks like he's trying to make sure he's got the right moves lined up here. Just going to start by sending Bell right into that fox. And get a Lawrence and that Tinkerbell out. Let's see, looks like Max has Dolores back out. Lilo's going to quest for 2. Getting all the way up to 14. Lore count we're looking at right now, 14-2 in Max's favor.
Yeah, and Max still has a couple of cards in his hand, it appears. So it does give him some room to continue putting on that pressure.
Definitely seems to be definitely adapting from the first game.
Yes.
Nowhere near as much of just emptying the hand.
Yes.
That's...
Taking it a little bit slower.
Right. It definitely seems to be working out better for him.
Yes, for sure. It'd be crazy if he has 2 Wisdom and Gathering in his hand.
Oh, don't.
Is that too much of a dream? Like, tapow! Gather this wisdom.
That is, yeah. Amethyst's little, like, I don't want to say like cheat codes, but the way that Amethyst cards seem to be able to gain lore without having characters or questing sometimes, it's really nice if you're the one playing Amethyst.
For sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree. We are going to bounce that Dolores back to hand.
Yes.
We still have 2 ink available.
Do have 2 ink, and I don't believe he's inked this turn.
No?
We're going to send a Diablo out.
Okay. Is it going to challenge anything?
Well, I think the only one that he... Well, I guess he could challenge Lawrence, but the only one that he probably should challenge is Diablo, but then Matthew's getting a card off of that.
Yes, I agree. We don't want to
So
give card draw to Amethyst Steel, so
Right.
to find something to,
They can draw their own cards.
Yes.
We don't need to help them.
Yeah. Plus, we already gave him a ton of cards, right?
Exactly.
With Daisy.
That's right. You're welcome.
Yeah. So it looks like Matthew does have 7 lore on the board with the Bell, Tinkerbell, Lawrence, and Diablo. So we'll see. And 6 ink open. So will this game be completed, or will Max send us into game 3 at some point?
Oh, we're going to bring out the genie and draw a card.
So continuously drawing cards. This is a little nerve-wracking.
Mm-hmm.
We're inking a Lawrence. We're playing a Pete.
Oh.
Oh, rough.
Never mind on that gathering knowledge and wisdom.
Yeah. Useless.
Yeah.
Or unless we have 2 white roses. Right?
Ooh. Yeah.
It does have to clear at least something on this board.
Yep. Looks like he's got a Maleficent, he's got a crab.
Man, Pete is so rough.
That. Yeah.
Oh man, this is
So,
intense.
yeah, I'm trying to think of what you could do. Because you got to take out at least one of the... Okay, so we're going to trade with Belle.
Take
out the
out the
crab.
Diablo, or yeah, take out the Diablo with the crab. That still
2, 4,
leaves.
6, 7. That'll take him to 19.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So we'll see if Matthew has a white rose, a goat, a gathering knowledge and wisdom.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Any of those, it could be over.
So Max is at 16. He does have Maleficent, Crab, and a Diablo. The Diablo is exerted.
Mm-hmm.
So does have 4 on the board. Looks like we're
Storm Rage on to
Storm
that
Rage
Maleficent.
John to the Maleficent, drawing a card.
I don't think Matthew's finding what he's looking for.
He's getting a ton of removal.
I mean, he's getting it taken care of. He just
19.
19.
Let's see, did Max get what he needed? Oh boy. Goat, 18. Lilo. Oh,
All
dang.
right.
Matthew takes it.
Well
Shows
done
he had
to
grabbed
both.
swords and Calhoun. That is really rough for Max. Like I said, hyper aggro, great deck, but really hard into
Yes. Into steel.
steel.
Yeah.
Not an automatic, but
Right.
for sure.
Yeah, you know, nothing is written until you actually play, but
That is correct. Yes.
some things are easier than others.
Yeah, definitely 2 gathering knowledges would have been fantastic.
Oh, would have been great
Oh,
if you hadn't played Pete.
yes. But even that turn.
stuff. Well, I guess the next turn, yeah.
No, yeah. Still, if he had them. I don't know how many he plays
Huh?
in his deck.
I'm not. I'm not
I would
a.
say it's a 2 of if I was to guess.
I'm not a like current meta expert, but I think it's time for Arthur to make a resurgence.
Arthur did do. Are you talking about the 7-drop?
No, I'm talking about.
bounce Arthur.
I'm talking about Bounce Arthur.
Ooh,
He's fun.
maybe. All right. So we have Matthew here. You entered this top cut as seed number 8.
Yeah.
So
Last place going in.
Yeah. Got right
Nowhere
in.
to
Right?
pull it up.
Yeah.
What was your record first off? Was it
It was 4-1-1.
4-1-1?
Yep.
Okay.
So I lost my first round. One out
we
from
saw
there.
that.
Yes, I was
Yes.
on feature match. Yeah, I was telling them that I felt more nervous round 1, you know, being on feature match than I did just now because I earned this one,
There you go, there
as
you
opposed
go.
to just being chosen randomly for it. So I was kind of nervous the first time, but
Yeah. Well, and it
turned out
kind of gives
better.
you some experience because now
Yeah.
you kind of felt, you know.
I mean, that is a lot of, you know, what me and Max, you know, that I had that over on Max a little bit because I'd been on camera before. He was,
Yeah,
you know,
it's the experience of just being on someone, knowing that someone's watching your every move and,
Yeah.
and talking about your every
yeah,
move.
what are they saying? Are people going to judge me for that one play, you know? Like,
Yeah, we try not to be very mean or anything like that. We'll just be like, well, we don't understand that one.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you guys make plays that are beyond our skill, so we chop it up to you guys being way more skilled than we are.
Well, I appreciate you giving me
Yeah,
the benefit
for
of the doubt
sure.
on those plays. So.
But tell me, how did that matchup feel?
I was nervous. Max and I, you know, we played each other before, and so we had a good idea of what each other were playing, you know. And so I knew that he was going to be on hyper aggro, and playing, you know, a steel based deck that has that damage based removal, so helpful.
Yep.
But I knew, you know, that's not, you know, it's 12 cards, 16 cards in my deck. I had to have them, and I had to have the characters, the 1-drops, the 2-drops,
Yep.
early on in order to be able to pressure the board. I think in that second game he was at 10 or 12 before I was able to start
Do
questing.
anything.
Yeah, and it was just I just knew I had to be in control of the board, and and it worked out both games that I had the pressure.
Yeah, and we definitely saw just from game 1 to game 2 how Max slightly altered the way he was playing, because the first game he just dumped his entire hand.
Yeah, game one was weird because we were kind of in a staring contest, you know? Like, if he quested, I would attack in, and I had the Captain Hook, and so that doesn't take attacks very well, you know? So
that was interesting. But going into, you're obviously going to be the 8th seed throughout this.
I'm going to be on the draw.
You're going to be on the draw.
All top 8,
yeah. So what are you wanting to see and don't want to see moving into top 4?
Oh man, you know, I know that there's a few Steel Song decks floating around in the top 8, and it's very similar to Hyper Aggro in a way. They can be very explosive depending on the build. I don't know what builds people are on, but depending on the build, it can have the same Daisy start, you know, and Daisy's a hard card to deal with. Like it's almost always a 2-for-1, not counting, you know, getting cards from her, but
for sure.
Then red blue, I faced red blue in the Swiss and had a real hard time with it.
Okay.
I don't know if there are any. I think there might be one in the top 8. I'm not positive.
I'm not entirely sure. I know there is a Steel Song because it's been everywhere.
A couple Steel Songs. I know there's a green purple. Maybe there's a blue steel. I don't know. The sapphire based decks are tough for me, but I have a little bit of spice in the deck. I don't know. Well, it's the Jafar Whole New World.
Okay, so yes, we did see the Jafar.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's
in Hyper Aggro, I'm just inking that immediately. And I drew Whole New World in game 1. I was like, well, this is never gonna cast.
Why would I give him more cards?
Yeah, absolutely not. But you know, in the Swiss against the sapphire decks, it won me a game. You know, I was able to just turn 7 Jafar, and then they couldn't kill it, and then I wheeled into another wheel and gained 14 lore. And so that was the whole idea from my deck, was I wanted to be a really good Amethyst Steel deck and also have this combo finish possibility.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
love Jafar wheel decks of any sort, so that's how I win my stitches.
There you go. So,
it's hard for people, like, especially because it's not a deck that was played.
People aren't expecting it.
So it's not something that you
people aren't expecting it.
Yeah.
Big Jafar is a 4/5, and so he's really hard for a lot of. He's evasive, and he wins me the game if he's you know, like, people aren't expecting him. They don't have removal that matches up very cleanly against him, and sometimes he can just win you the game afterwards.
It's true.
You know, so
very true. Well, Matthew, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm glad we were able to see the beginning. And then you making it into top.
It's like a full story. I like
full
it.
Story, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully your story does not end. This next round.
I'm going the distance.
You're going the distance. And maybe we'll see you in the final table.
Perfect. So, looking forward to it.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
You. All right, guys. Well, we are going to wait for the other matches to finish up, and then top 4 will be coming in. Looks like we got our light a little differently. So we'll try to fix that up. But fluorescents, man, gotta hate them.
It's, yeah.
All right, guys. We'll be back. Thanks.